Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our November the 11th special call meeting. I need a motion to go into executive session to hear a student discipline appeal and to receive legal advice regarding the Individuals with Disabilities Act.
Madam Chairman, I would like to make the motion to go into executive session to hear a student discipline appeal and to receive legal advice regarding the Individuals with Disabilities Act.
Mrs. Morrison Fair has made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Mosley has made a second. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. At this time, we'll transition to conference room A to enter into executive session. Hello and welcome, everyone. I would like to inform our audience that the board just returned from executive session to hear a student discipline appeal and to receive legal advice regarding the Individuals with Disabilities Act. No decisions were made and no votes were taken. We do have a recommended motion from administration that requires action. I need a maker of the motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion to affirm the decision of the hearing officer and deny the appeal.
Ms. Middleton has made a motion. Do I have a second? Mr. Sailors has made a second. Any discussion?
Please. I'd like to formally recuse myself from that vote because I wasn't present for 8 minutes of the discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Doolin. You may recuse yourself. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Excuse me, hold on just a moment.
I'd like to recuse myself as well.
Okay, Dr. Bresley's also going to recuse herself. Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. Our second executive session item, the receipt of legal advice regarding the Individuals with Disabilities Act, was for information only, and that required no action. Do I have a motion to conclude our special call meeting?
Madam Chairman, I move that we conclude our special call meeting.
Mr. Sailors has made a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, Mrs. Mosley has made a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We are adjourned at 9:04 a.m. And at this time, I am going to call our committee of the whole meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. I know you're certainly here for that purpose. It's great to see everyone present. And also, I wanted to recognize one of our new board members. I believe he's in the audience. Mr. Klein, would you please stand? We'd like to welcome you today. Thank you for being here. Let's give him a big round of applause. Our first matter of business is the approval of the consent calendar. Are there any corrections to the minutes posted for our committee of the whole session on October the 8th? If there are no corrections, I need a motion to approve the minutes.
A motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Ms. Leventis Wells has made the motion. Mrs. Mosley has made the second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. Our second matter of business is appearance of visitors. And welcome to those who have signed up to speak this morning before the Board of Trustees. And thank you for your interest in Greenville County Schools. We have two speakers this morning, and at this time, I would like to ask our Vice Chair, Ms. Mosley, to share the procedures we ask all of our speakers to abide by.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. As each speaker's name is called, he or she should proceed to the podium at the end of the board's dais, where there is a microphone and a light system. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak to the board. The light system will be green for the first 2 minutes and will turn yellow when 1 minute remains on the speaker's allotted time. In keeping with board policy KCA, abusive language or personal attacks aimed at students or staff members will not be permitted. All speakers are expected to behave in an orderly and respectful manner. The board will not engage in discussion with the speaker or respond to comments, and the superintendent will designate a member of the staff to respond to each speaker in an appropriate and timely manner.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Our first speaker this morning is Crystal O'Connor.
Timer's over there. Okay. Good morning. I am a little bit nervous for this moment because it means so much to me to be here to thank my friend Debbie for her work and service. And she's a woman of principle and courage, and the person that I think of as the heart of this board, having served with her for 20 years. We first worked together on making sure that we've had the most rigorous, challenging, meaningful, and nurturing curriculum. We must have memorized those words as we sifted through policies and tried to push for that early on in our time together. We worked for equity in the facilities program to make sure that people had more choices about where and how they learned, and you worked hard earlier still with the magnets and getting those up and running and successful over the years. Debbie had a unique way of translating her experiences in her close, loving relationship with Stacy and Derek into policies supportive of all children in the district. In her leadership roles, she was always a leader of something throughout her time, including being elected to be the president of the South Carolina School Boards Association and serving as board chair, I don't know how many times, and vice chair, just always stepping up to lead, and in a way that only Debbie leads, quietly, with strength and purpose, and she's intentional with what she says and the stories that she shares and the way she supports her other board members and the administration. And that's why I said a person of heart. She loves the people she helps and serves, as we have seen over the years with receiving flowers every time we show up to a board meeting all this time. And it is your thoughtful attention to detail that I think everyone will acknowledge and miss dearly. And I hope that you will continue to bring your gifts of thoughtfulness about our education to this district in your way. I know you'll never give that up. Education is just part of who you are. And I just want to say that it wasn't until I found out that she got married at Kenny Rogers' farm that I understood how it was that Debbie learned to know when to hold them and know when to fold. Debbie.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Connor. Our next speaker is Chad O'Rear.
I came really to speak in some specific, some generality. When a board or any entity has taxing authority over people that they represent, they have to be extremely responsible with that. We pay, and I've calculated, we pay about 60% of our taxes go to this school board to educate our children. I fall into the category of having adult children, but I also fall in the category of the children we're educating today are the people that hopefully are going to keep building this community as it continues to grow. And that's why I'm here, speaking of this growth. And the taxes, you have on the agenda, and you will in the future, decisions to make about whether to give development folks tax incentives to build here. When you do that, what you're doing is potentially burdening the individual taxpayers of this county for promises that may or may not ever happen down the road. When you give someone a tax break today to develop a building tomorrow, when they leave, sell that building, that agreement's still in place. And if what they have promised about the growth and the value of the land going forward doesn't come true, you're going to turn and look at us, the individual taxpayer, and say that 60% needs to go up. That's not fair to us. What you need to be doing is taxing business just like you do individuals. I can't come here and say, hey, how about a 50% tax break on my tax bill to incentivize me for whatever I want to use it for, buying groceries, which we all know is very difficult these days. You don't need to incentivize businesses to come to Greenville County. I grew up at this place. I remember when it was smaller. It is not that anymore. We don't need to beg people to come here. We don't need to incentivize them with taxpayer money. When you make decisions like that, you are making decisions that reach into my pocketbook, my wife's pocketbook, my children who are now in Greenville County, their pocketbooks. So when you think about giving a cut to a business how much access do they have to speak to y'all? This is my access. I got 45 seconds left. This is my access to you to ask you not to incentivize build. Let them pay their taxes like we pay our taxes. I can't come as an individual to the school board and go, give Mr. O'Rear a tax break. Don't incentivize people. They can pay like we pay. You can't guarantee anything down the road. You can guarantee it today. And I will go one step further. Not only do we not need to incentivize, we need to start charging impact fees in Greenville County to all development, because they are coming here because of who we are. We are Greenville County. We are one of the most desirous locations in the entire country to move and retire to. Don't give them tax breaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Rear. Our third item of business is administration, and I'm going to ask Mr. Sailors to serve as chair of the administration section. Mr. Sailors, I'm going to turn this section over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, our first item of business in order is item 3.01, the comprehensive annual financial report, the CAFR. Dr. Oyster.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. We have with us this morning David Pettigrew. Oh, there he is. I thought I saw him earlier. From Green & Finney Horton, the external auditors that were selected by the board to conduct the annual external audit of the school district. And he, along with Ms. Stack, will make a presentation this morning regarding the results of their findings. David, good morning. I'm glad to have you with us. I'll turn it over to you.
All right, we appreciate the opportunity to kind of hit the highlights related to the fiscal year 24 audit. We are not going to cover like the big book that you probably get distributed to you. That'd probably put you to sleep. But we will try to hit the highlights in a PowerPoint where we try to go through and kind of look at the real meaningful things related to the fiscal year 2024 audit. As I go through, if you have any questions, please feel free to interject, or if you want to wait to the end, that will be fine as well. All right, well, we'd like to remind everybody, that these are the district's financial statements, and our responsibility is to issue an opinion. And one of the things that's paramount, not just for the school district, but for every organization, is that we want there to be strong internal controls. And so one of the things that we do as your internal auditors, we try to look at those significant internal control processes, and if we see that there's things not working right, it's not only important that I talk to Robin and Dr. Royster about it, but it's important that you know about it. Because you can't fix something if you don't know it's broken. So we're kind of doing that also behind the scenes. And again, we have issued an opinion. It's called an unmodified opinion. That's a clean opinion. That's the best it can get. But, auditors, like lawyers, we like to use terms that aren't always so clear, but unmodified really is a clean opinion. All right, well, let's look at your fund balance. Your total fund balance increased about $31 million to about $255 million. Inside of fund balance, there's various components of fund balance. Some of it's non-spendable. Some of it where you've made commitments for some of those funds. There's some assigned fund balance. Remember, you appropriated some of the fund balance in your fiscal year 25 budget, so that when we come to the next slide, we hit the unassigned category. Remember, there's no constraints on those monies. Those are available at your discretion. And if you look there, it's about $237 million, which is about 29% of your 2024 actual expenditures, and that would be about 26% of your 2025. The GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, they're kind of like the Bible of governments. They recommend a minimum of 2 months. And your board policy recommends a minimum of 1 month, or about 76.8. So you can see that you're doing well in regards to those measurements there. So why do you want to have a strong fund balance? Remember, sometimes there's higher cash flow needs during certain times of the year, and revenues don't come in like property taxes. Real property taxes really come in the months of December, January, and February. And then they kind of dry up for the rest of the year. So it helps you weather the whole year, the ebbs and flows throughout the year. It also helps you if there's emergencies or unanticipated expenditures. It gives you flexibility to deal with issues when they come up. Also, if you issue debt and they see that you have a good track record of maintaining a solid fund balance, they're going to give you a better interest rate than someone that's up and down and all around. Also, it just helps you with shortfalls, like if the economy pulls back or if there are cuts at the state level. It allows you to be able to keep going and buy time there. All right, well, let's look at your general fund revenues. They were a total of about $846 million. We kind of list the big buckets there, as you can see, but this was an increase of about $79 million over the prior year. Property taxes were up. That was because of the mill increase, but also assessed values continue to grow. One of the things that we've noticed is in the investment earnings, we're still getting really high interest rates. That won't last. But right now, for this year, that was a really big increase for y'all in investment earnings this year. But if you look at it as compared to your budget, you were about $63 million over budget. Part of that is in property taxes and in the assessed values we just talked about, investment earnings, and just the state revenue. Now, remember, too, there's something that's taking place. We're at the very end of ESSER. And so a lot of what's going to happen is that those costs are going to have to start being borne more by the general fund and other funds going forward. And so as we look, that's part of the reason why, as we look at your expenditure and revenue budgets, you're trying to make sure you're already ready. You can handle those costs as you have to move them back into your normal other funds. So when we look at your expenditures here, they were about $824 million, and we list the areas. But you're a people business, and so as those expenses go up, it's really always because of salaries and benefits. We have step and cost of living increases. We have benefit increases that are going there. That's the driver behind the increases in the district. As it relates to budget, you see you came under budget, but part of that again is that you're wanting to go ahead and be planned and ready for when ESSER has to be reabsorbed back into your normal fund activity. And that's what's transpiring there. Because you actually had an extra cash flow this year, remember, y'all have been trying to put some of that money into your capital projects fund to deal with projects as they come up. And so you have the ability now to squirrel some of that money away because ESSER is still there, but that time is going to change. And so you may not be able to just deal with as many of these projects as they come up by just making transfers to your capital projects fund. But you transferred out about $69 million to pretty much to the capital projects fund for those type of projects. All right, well, let's highlight a few of your other major funds. Your special revenue funds, remember, those are primarily for federal and state programs like Title I, IDA, ESSER, and so forth. We had total revenues of about $153 million versus a little bit more in the prior year because ESSER began to wind down a little bit, whereas it will drop tremendously next year. Remember here in the special revenue fund, we had to move all those pupil student activity funds into there. And so at the end of the year, there is student activity fund balance of about $18 million within the special revenue fund. The Education Improvement Acts Fund, it had revenues of about $84 million. Remember, a lot of that's that new funding formula, the aid to classrooms. Remember, it comes into your EIA fund, and then you transfer that to your general fund. So that's kind of what's taking place there. All right, well, let's briefly look at your other major funds. Your debt service fund, you have about $6 million set aside for future debt service. In your capital projects fund, you have about $390 million in fund balance to be used for your capital projects. Remember, this is where we talked about the transfer in of from the general fund of about $69 million. And remember also, you transferred in from the food service fund about $6 million for the culinary arts building at MT Anderson. So you were setting aside those funds to kind of deal with these projects as they come up. All right, let's look here at your food service fund, have a balance of about 29.3 million, decrease of about 5.4, and you're really trying to deal with a lot of cafeteria equipment and improvements in there and trying to use some of that fund balance to deal with some of those projects along with this culinary arts building that we mentioned before. All right, so your total capital assets were about 1.2 with a big B billion. Remember, that's all of your property, plant, and equipment. We had additions this year of about 119 million. But remember, when we add something, we began to depreciate it over its estimated useful life. And that depreciation was about $56 million. We still had outstanding capital outlay and construction commitments of about 106.5 million at year end. All right, let's briefly look at your long-term debt. You have an outstanding balance of about $405 million. It went down about $75 million so that your outstanding balance in the prior year was like the 480 that you see there. Remember, this year BEST issued a refunding debt issuance. Remember, that was to save on debt service. So you issue and it comes right back in, you pay off the old bonds, you issue some new bonds at advantageous terms for the district overall. But it's kind of a wash. So remember, we issue, we turn around and pay off the old, it kind of nets. But then you had regularly scheduled principal payments and refunding of about 362. But that's why overall the decrease of $75 million is those kind of regularly scheduled payments that took place. Your debt service for fiscal year 25 is about $89 million. So it's kind of like your mortgage payment. So like if you have a house and you have your mortgage payment every year, well, on your debt, your mortgage payment for fiscal year 25 is about $89 million. All right, let's briefly look at your pension. Remember, you participate in the state pension plans. What the GASB did a number of years ago, they said if you participate in cost-sharing plans, they want every participating government to record their proportionate share of that liability. Well, unfortunately for the state of South Carolina, we have a pretty big liability, and you're a pretty big employer. So when we come up with your allocation of what that liability is, it's about $1 billion. Now remember, they're not going to ask you to write them a check for $1 billion. But what they will do, if you look at the second to last bullet point there, is that they've been raising those rates. And remember, they raised them 1% for 5 years. And so now we have reached the very top rate of the 18.56 and the 21.24. Now remember too, your employees also contribute at least 9% as well. So there's a lot of money going into the state pension plan trying to shore it up, to get it into a better place. There's a lot of note disclosures in the financial statements if you want to learn more about that plan. Also remember, you participate in the state retiree health insurance plan. That liability, your proportionate share, is about $689 million. It decreased, but it really was just because of a change in assumptions, change in the interest rate that the actuaries can use. The real key here I would mention to you is the third to last bullet point. This fund is very poorly funded. There's only about 11 cents on every dollar of what it needs to be able to pay retiree claims. So if you look at the second to last bullet point, the rate went up a little bit this year. You see 10 basis points. That rate, I really believe, is going to start being ratcheted up in future years because they're going to have to try to get this fund, this plan better funded in future years. All right, just want to mention there are always more GASBs, accounting rules coming, and so we'll be working with the finance staff as these come up, one on compensated absences and one on the financial statements that you see before you, some improvements there. Every year, because you expend more than $750,000 in federal dollars, we have to do a single audit. And we looked at 2 of your programs, Title I, and ESSER. And ESSER, is a big dollar program, and so we have to go in there and make sure you complied with those compliance requirements, and we did not come across any issues. We did have one item that we did note on the financial statement audit related to the refunding transaction that I mentioned to you earlier. There was some finance staff that was transitioning into a new role. They had recorded the transaction on a spreadsheet, but it inadvertently never got added to the ledger. And so that got quickly fixed, but I'm just making you aware. But remember, that best, it nets back to zero. Because at the end of the day, we issue bonds, but we turn around and pay off the old bonds. It just kind of comes in and out, and the trustee, the bank, handles that. As it relates to the management letter, there's a separate letter we send to y'all, and it's supposed to detail if your management is difficult to deal with, or if there was something that we wanted them to book, and they didn't want to book it. We would need to let you know those issues. There was nothing like that in that letter. We always want to remind you, though, there's always risk with pupil and student activity funds. We feel like y'all do a really good job, but you got to realize little Johnny, little Jill give it to the teacher gives it to the bookkeeper. There's a lot of hands involved in those processes. And you just got to be aware that probably once every 2 to 3 years, probably something's going to hit the paper. Somebody stole something. But to try to really fix that, you would have to hire a lot more bookkeepers. And the cost it would take to try to address that would cost you more than what you could ever lose. And so we feel like you try to do the best you can with training. You have people go out and audit the people, the schools to make sure they're doing the money right. So you're doing a lot of really great things, but there's no way to totally probably remove the risk that something can happen occasionally from time to time. But hopefully you would catch it pretty quick and it wouldn't be something very large. So again, I always want that on your radar there. Last slide here, unmodified. I know that's a strange term. That's a good term. That's clean. You have very good financial condition. The staff here are just great to work with. And just remember, I expect those retiree rates to start increasing in the coming years. Questions? I know I go quick. Most people like me going quick.
Before we get into the questions, there's a recommended motion coming from the administration to accept the fiscal year 2024 comprehensive annual financial report as presented. Is there a maker?
Well, I motion to accept the fiscal year 2024 comprehensive financial report as presented.
Second.
Have a motion properly made and seconded. Now, are there any questions? Hearing none, there's a motion properly made on the floor. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thanks.
Very often.
Run while you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Our next item of business in order is item 3.02, Lawrence Road redevelopment plan for a TIF district. Dr. Oyster.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Ms. Fitzer's pulling that up. I guess really before I begin this, as somewhat of an overview, we are often faced with incentive agreements for new development or redevelopment. In South Carolina, there are basically 3 types. There is the fee in lieu of taxes agreement, where a potential investor negotiates a fee with in our case, with county council. Those agreements tend to run 30 years, and it is based on lowering the amount of taxes paid through a fee rather than paying the percentage ratio for industrial development. And generally speaking, it's applicable to manufacturing, warehousing, distributing, offices, headquarters. The second type, probably more commonly used, is a multi-county industrial park. Now, despite its title, multi-county, It's pretty clear. It involves more than one county. You have to get 2 counties to agree to it. Each county gets revenue from it. But that revenue could be $1 to the partner county. Once they have an agreement between 2 counties, then for 20 to 30 years, the developer will pay a negotiated tax revenue or an amount reinvested in the site development of whatever property they're seeking to develop. Interestingly enough, despite its title of being a multi-county industrial park, they've been used to fund retail, multifamily housing, and industry, and manufacturing, and office development. County council makes the decisions regarding a multi-county park. Other taxing entities have no say in that. Just like a FILO. Only the county determines that. The third vehicle available to incentivize development is a tax increment financing district. Unlike the other two, each taxing entity has a say in accepting or rejecting that proposal, unlike the other two that are solely determined by the county. The other two, the taxing entities, have to receive some portion of revenue, but that amount is not specified by statute or ordinance. Traditionally, in Greenville County, multi-county park revenue and FILOs have been distributed proportionally. Whatever that amount was then distributed proportionally among the taxing entities. However, one of the last, most recent ones, the development of County Square, is not being dispersed proportionally. That's a decision the county can make each time it enters into one of these arrangements. In a TIF, however, all those affected, in this case, the one before you today, be the city of Greenville. It's the property sought to be developed lies within the city of Greenville. In fact, they're the originator of the TIF agreement. It then requires the other elected bodies that have an interest being tax revenue from it, to agree. The city passed the original TIF on a 7-0, I believe 7-0 vote, a unanimous vote. The county has already weighed in on the TIF. I believe it passed there on an 11-1 vote. One of the other caveats of the TIF is once that process is initiated, there is a 45-day window. So from the time the city approved it, there is a 45-day window for the other taxing authorities to act or not. So the choice before each body, now the one before this body, is to agree, approve it, disagree, disapprove it, take no action. No action, the way it's structured, the way the statute structures it, no action is an acquiescence to participation. So if you vote yes to approve it, you agree to participate in it. If you vote no, you don't agree to participate in it. If you take no action, by no action, you've agreed to participate in it because you took no negative action, if that makes sense. A little different from other things that come before you. So as an overview of it, this is a summary of the request, to approve participation in city use of tax increment financing to assist in the funding of public infrastructure for development areas around Lawrence Road. The request is a 30-year term with 50% of tax increment revenue pledged for public infrastructure. Taxing authorities retain the remaining 50% of tax increment revenue during the 30-year term in addition to the current tax revenue. So to say that another way, you still get the taxes, this body and the county and the city still get the tax revenue we currently receive for the property. The revenue going forward for the term of this agreement, 1/2 of it will go to offset bonds for the infrastructure being built there. The other 1/2 will be distributed to all the taxing authorities affected on a proportional basis. So whatever our proportion of current local property tax revenue is, 56%, this body, this district will receive 56% of the 50%, plus what we currently get. Again, does not affect the current tax revenue. At the end of the term, which is what way, I mean, we're talking about way in the future, but you need to know the end of the term, it's anticipated to generate a little over 18 million in annual tax revenue for Greenville County Schools. 247 school-age children projected at full build out with net positive revenue. This is the area we're talking about. So if you might imagine, at the corner of Verde and Lawrence Road, it's easier to see if you look at it on your laptop, extending all the way over to the intersection of Haywood Road and Lawrence Road, crossing over the Woodruff Road interchange with Lawrence Road. That, the area in blue, Haywood Road to Verde Boulevard, is the area included in the requested TIP. All right, this is a architectural conception of what it may look like. This is their current thinking of what this will look like. But really the important thing that's highlighted with the colored lines in the green area, and you can see that references the infrastructure, which the TIF is designated to support. There's another rendition of what it might look like. Again, it may look different, just like you all have the experience of looking at sometimes conceptual drawings of what a school might look like. The final design may vary from what you've seen initially. All right, the proposal from the city was this is to enhance the quality of life through preserving open space for recreational uses, and protecting environmental resources, the green. Create opportunities for residential and commercial activities to locate within the city, specifically creating affordable housing opportunities. Control sprawl through investing in urban infill efforts to steer growth into a high-density, mixed-use node along the Lawrence Road corridor. In essence, part of that is redeveloping previous development, and part of it's developing property not previously developed. Enhance transportation and mobility in Greenville by carefully redesigning infrastructure along the Lawrence Road corridor to support walking, biking, and transit, the safer and more appealing modes of travel for all users. Broaden and increase the tax base of the city and over other overlapping tax districts, of which we would be one, and provide public infrastructure, including streets and streetscapes, water and sewer infrastructure, storm drainage infrastructure to help accomplish the objectives above. This is an estimated annual incremental property tax revenue by taxing jurisdiction based on a 2047 full build out, but the payback doesn't get to 100% until 2062. But you see an estimated about 6.5 million in additional tax revenue to the district, assuming full build out by 2047. All right, these are the redevelopment costs that would be eligible to be funded through the TIF. Demolition and grading, trails, plazas, open space, and outdoor public recreational areas, public plazas, wetland preservation, tree preservation, and related supporting facilities and infrastructure, such as restaurants. Roadways and related improvements, including but not limited to intersection improvements, bike lanes, turn lanes, right-of-way acquisition, off-site traffic improvements, signalization, signage, landscaping, sidewalks, lighting, street trees, and other streetscape improvements, affordable housing, utilities, including but not limited to water, sewer, stormwater, electrical, broadband, related infrastructure, and parking facilities. Based on an analysis of the current planning for this project, you see a breakdown that we have done, the planning and demographics has done, that estimates the 3,000 residential units included in the redevelopment would generate at full build out 510 students, 306 elementary, 102 middle, and 102 high school. That's based on looking at the estimated price points of the housing there, what that housing typically generates for us. And you'll see there's a little difference in our number and the number that you saw earlier. Likely somewhere in between is where the number will fall. Again, it's very difficult to project what might occur in a development when we're looking 30 years out. There's the timeline. City Council approved this 7-0, October the 14th. County Council approved it 11-1 on November the 5th. The matter is before you today and will appear back before you if this committee of the whole advances it to the board next Tuesday. And then there's a public hearing and second reading by City Council on December the 9th of 24. That concludes the presentation that we have. The administration's recommendation to you is for approval of this project. We have had ongoing discussions with the city prior to be implemented, and prior to their vote, to remove certain items to get it back to core infrastructure. The reasons we recommend approval, one, have to do with the ability to enhance development within the city, within that corridor. But more importantly, as I mentioned at the outset, there are 3 vehicles by which a developer may seek economic incentive to do a project. So if a development moves forward, it's going to move forward in one of 4 ways. One, it's entirely funded by the developer. Or it's funded in part, the multi-county part. Or it's funded with fee in lieu of. Or it's funded through a TIF. Now, obviously the first one, if a private developer sinks all their funds in it, the taxing entity benefits from that development. If that were the case, don't know if somebody's willing to sink private funds into a development of this size exclusively sink private funds in it, because this does involve private funds in partnership with those participating in the entity. But if a developer were to choose to pursue the other vehicles, a multi-county park or a FILO, this body has no say in the structure of that agreement and ultimately no say in the amount or split of the agreement. For those reasons, the fact that we believe that the growth stimulated by this development will be offset by the projected tax returns to us, we recommend the approval of this tax increment financing district. Now, you may have some questions for me, or you may have some questions for Mr. Webb or for Ms. Stack.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a recommended motion from the administration related to this item. Is there a maker?
I'll make the motion. The motion is to recommend, the motion is for Lawrence Road redevelopment plan tax increment financing district.
The motion is to approve the resolution as presented, permitting the creation of, and what you just stated?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion made and seconded. Ms. Mosley.
Thank you so much. Okay, Dr. Royster, I have several questions just for clarification purposes. So you started talking about this at the end. Why do we as a tax entity care about this? And I don't mean that flippantly. I'm legitimately asking, why wouldn't we just sit back and wait to see if a developer came along and decided to just build something without involving any taxing entities? And maybe that's the better question is there a likelihood that would happen in this,
Well,
in our county
our
or city?
Our estimation, which is based on past experience, is that's not going to happen. Past experience is predominant vehicles that have been utilized have been FILOs, and more and increasingly so multi-county parks, particularly when there seemed to be this change in definition of what a multi-county industrial park might include. So I think the likelihood of a developer developing something to this extent, solely private funds, given what we have seen over time, is highly unlikely. They might develop it, but they may develop it in a different way. For one, I'm not sure with the location of that property to downtown that there's a big push for affordable housing. There's money out there for that. That's separate and apart from multi-county and FILO. And affordable housing, it depends on whose definition it is, but the more affordable a housing project is, the more students it generates for us. So it increases our cost, and by the fact they are concentrated in a particular area may compel us to have to build something where maybe we don't have to build anything. So that's a consideration. The other consideration may be that maybe it's more developed with higher end housing. Now, what most people don't realize, because I know you all realize it, but a lot of people don't realize it because the way the tax notices are written, you build all these houses you want to, and people talk about how great that is for the economy, and it is certainly great for people to have new homes, and for it generates greater population for us, because we certainly want to be in a growth mode, not in a declining enrollment mode. The fact of the matter is, for operating purposes, and David made that point earlier in the presentation. We're a people-intensive business. So the more students we have, the more people we have to have, more teachers, so forth. Well, we don't get anything from a new house for operating purposes, as you all well know. So you build more houses, more single-family residential, we're going to get zero off them for operating purposes. We'll get debt service money off of them. So I think the likelihood of somebody developing it privately is, the way it's laid out now, the way it's been described to us, with the kind of spaces that this TIF envisions, I don't think that's very likely. So I think it's more likely that they go to one of the other models over which this board in the district really have no say. For example, in this one, Mr. Webb and I worked with the city and with the developer and removed some language in the original proposal for things that we did not believe were directly related to infrastructure, or at least not infrastructure the way we would envision it, and things that we didn't necessarily think would bring us added tax value down the road. So that, hopefully that answered your question.
Okay, so the argument to be made for waiting, we're getting ready to get new council members at the county level who may not have an appetite for FELOs. They may have an appetite more for impact fees. That's been brought up to us. What is, I guess I'm just trying, sorry, I guess I'm just trying to be very clear, because as an elected official, I get all of these questions. And so I need to be able to articulate what the consequences are of whatever decision we make, whether it's we vote to approve or vote to not approve, there's a consequence. So
yes,
I just want for the public to fully understand. It sounds like it's a little bit of a gamble either way, correct? And that, I say by gamble, I mean, we can't predict what a future council might do. We can't predict whether.
So I think maybe the insight into that, Mr. Webb would need to speak to the legal aspects of it. They've already taken their action. I don't know by what means, and they may have a means by which they can reverse it. But the county council's action was 11-1. So I don't know if the changeover in the council might change that 11 to some number under 7. I don't know. And again, I don't know the legal structure under which they're operating, whether they can go back and undo that previous ordinance legally passed by the prior council. Mr. Webb, you weigh in on that?
The general rule for anything that passes, especially something financial in nature that has dollar impact, would be if there's been a start to it, substantial action on it. And, you know, I think that would just have to be considered factually of whether TIF development and this development as a whole had started and whether it could be possibly reversed by the county council. But again, a lot of ifs on that, a lot of different analysis. But generally speaking, once this is passed, I would say it's in place.
Okay, so if we were to pass it, does the developer have an obligation legally to carry out exactly that picture that was in part of that presentation?
No.
Like, they can't go back and change what they want to do. I'm asking.
Not as to the picture, they are not obligated to that picture. That's simply an artist's rendition of what it might look like. What they are obligated to is they can only use the TIF revenue to pay off bonds that were issued for the specified purposes. So if you go back to I guess we can go back to it. Let's see. They can only do those things specified that's what they're bound to.
Okay,
And,
so,
and if I may, if they would be bound to the, in addition to that, which is absolutely correct, the plan itself, the plan that was developed, just the third attachment on board docs, is the redevelopment plan. So they would have to stay within the four corners of that plan itself.
and that plan includes different housing,
What is on that screen?
what is
correct.
on that screen. So they have to do that. They have to do trails and open space and outdoor public recreational areas and maybe a combination of single-family housing and, well, I mean, whatever it is.
They could do all or some of that, correct?
But they can't do other things
Beyond
with
it.
the TIF money other than those things. They could not do some of that. I don't know what they would choose not to do, but because most of it's basic infrastructure, but they could choose.
For
not to do
example,
it.
on the second bullet right there, plazas. They could very well do a plaza. I don't know. That's the plan, but they could decide not to do a plaza and do an open space instead. There will be some flexibility within the plan.
Okay, but I guess my point is that they can't come in there and decide it's not going to be residential, it'll be commercial. Because right now it's a residential
No,
plan,
there's commercial.
and there's,
There's.
oh, it's all of the
Yes,
above.
there's retail, there's office.
So could they
just a
change
point.
any of that aspect of it? Like maybe decide to get rid of the retail and the office and just make it residential? Or get rid of the residential and just make it retail and
They
office?
could, but I think, I mean, without speaking for them, I think one of their selling points is to create an alternative city center on a small scale. That is a draw to bring people in there, not just the convenience to going downtown, but creating an alternative to going downtown. That makes sense.
Okay. Is the 30-year thing pretty standard?
Yes, for a TIF it is.
For a TIF it is. And how many TIFs have we entered into in the past?
When I first got to the district, there were, I believe, Robin, 3 or 4 in place. 4 in place. And the last one ended 2-3 years ago. 21.
Were they all 30 years?
Do you remember? 20. I don't think they were all 30.
But did we get tax,
So Debbie said, to her regulation, term were
did we get tax revenue from those?
yes. Mhm.
And did we have any problems with development changing the plan?
We didn't have any problem with the development changing the plan. We had a little issue with them, one of them or 2 of them.
Well, 3 of them, but yes.
3,
yeah.
extending beyond the life, but we caught that and addressed it.
Oh, okay.
But no problem with them altering the plan.
And they were downtown, which the argument would go has done very well, perhaps
Yeah, they were
because of that.
immediately downtown, along
Back in the,
Main Street, going
20,
towards
30
Ford
years ago.
Field.
Okay, so my last question, it goes back to my original question, is if we vote to approve this, we for sure will have tax revenue from it. If we vote to not approve it, we are at risk of potentially having something else that takes its place, whether it's a philo or a multi-industrial park or
For which you would have
we would have no-
guarantee of a particular percentage. In this case, you have a guarantee of 56% of 50%.
or the last option would be a developer who came in there and just self-funded and we
Right.
would get all of whatever.
Yes,
But is that a common thing in Greenville County or in the city of Greenville?
not of a development that size.
Not
And
of
in
that
fact,
size.
not of developments of even residential, pretty small size.
and just to clarify something, that I believe the current millage rate for that piece of property that we're discussing is 57.2% would be the school district share. Slightly higher just because of where it's located and things of that nature, just as a FYI.
And that will vary during the life of the agreement as our percentage of tax revenue varies, because it varies from year to year.
But we get full tax revenue from the existing land as it
Lose
is.
no existing revenue stream, so it
So
stays
we'll have that
constant.
ongoing.
Right. Plus 50% of whatever the increased value is at whatever point they've increased the value, which would be at the point they actually build and someone occupies something there,
So
which could
basically,
be several years
so
out.
basically the compromise is on whatever is built in the future, whatever that is.
Yes.
Okay. I may have other questions, but I'll let. Thank you so much.
Brett?
Thank you, and forgive me if my teeth chatter, I am freezing. So I don't understand, looking at this, it's saying that we are financing this portion of this project with the possible tax money that we would be getting for 30 years for them to do the things that they say they're going to do with this specific money. So we're essentially asking the taxpayers who we have raised millage on now 2 to 3 years in a row to finance what we see these people are asking for. Is that kind of, I just don't see how it's fair.
Royster, if I could, forgive me.
Yes, sir.
We have a number of speakers still ask questions, so without objection, I'll extend for 20 minutes. Thank you.
The bonds are not issued by the school district. The bonds would be issued by the city of Greenville. The repayment of the bonds falls to the developer of the property by setting aside 50% of the tax revenue from the developed property. So if, in the unlikely event, they would default on that bond, which I think that's highly unlikely, the responsibility for that would be on the city of Greenville. It is not, it involves you all, if you approve it, deferring some yet to be known future tax revenue that arguably is enhanced by their ability to develop it more fully and more rapidly, in addition to the revenue you already get from it. We would bear no liability. It's ultimately on that developer to generate the tax revenue that pays back the bonds that the city of Greenville would issue in order to fund the infrastructure. Did I miss anything, Doug?
I think that's right.
But there is no guarantee that this project will, A, go through and create the 30-year projected tax income that we're looking at.
There is certainly no guarantee, like there would be very little guarantee of anything looking forward 30 years. So what you really is you're looking at making a decision of what might happen with the development of that property. The argument is if they get support for the infrastructure, they can build something that will attract greater investment, will ultimately generate more tax revenue. If you do nothing, probably some of that property would get developed piecemeal over time, rather than as some planned development going forward. This also is a little bit unique in that while this is a private development, the ultimate beneficiary of the development is the Hollingsworth Fund, which is a nonprofit entity. I believe I said that correctly, Doug. So it's even a little different from ordinary property investment. So it is to a degree a risk, but you're risking their money. You're not risking, what you're risking is we might or might not get that much tax revenue off of it. We also might or might not get that number of students we projected. I mean, we're talking about something 30 years down the road. It's hard to say what 30 years down the road might look like. But past experience, as was mentioned earlier with those TIFs downtown, they were highly successful, and ultimately, we're getting greatly enhanced tax revenue off of properties in downtown Greenville, most of which are not owner-occupied dwellings. There are some, but the majority of property in downtown Greenville is going to be retail, hotels, and multifamily housing that's rental property. So, to the best of our ability to look at this, it is a better deal than them pursuing Philo or multi-county park. Don't lose anything we currently have. And the revenue projections we've looked at would be a positive revenue for us, even if you look at the max number of students on what we invest per student versus the amount of tax revenue we would receive from it. But again, it's our best effort to analyze what we have before us and look 30 years down the road.
So we would not see anything at all for 30 years, correct?
No, you'd see it as whenever something is built and occupied there, you would then see an increased tax revenue. So time-wise, maybe 3-4 years out, maybe quicker, you might see the first structure for which you would realize enhanced tax revenue. In the interim, you're going to get the same amount of tax revenue you've been getting. Well, based on the assessed value and times the millage rate.
I'm sure I'll have more questions, but that's good for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Stiles.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Dr. Royster, thank you for generating that annual projection at the term end, which most likely would be 2062, and that would be $18,086,561. I appreciate that information. I am really trying to concentrate here on how much revenue we are currently receiving off of that property. Do we know how much? I know it's going to continue. How much are we receiving tax-wise off that current property?
Ms. Stack.
Approximately $360,000.
$360,000. Okay, and we know that we're only going to generate additional revenue as it's built.
That's correct, yes.
So let's say they start in this TIF district and they start out building housing. All right, so our student population increases more quickly than we thought. And maybe that number, we're projecting 247, maybe that number, it becomes greater. And we're not receiving the benefit. We're getting the regular taxes, as Robin just mentioned. And let's say that because they decide to do housing first, we need to perhaps do an addition. First off, what school would these students be zoned for?
Right now, the elementary-wise, it'd be Reedy Laurel. There's already 250 empty seats there at the outset of Reedy Laurel. But if they build, the majority of their plan build-out is rental property. It's 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments. 1 bedroom apartment probably not going to generate any students. 2 or 3 generate a small number. But as soon as they build multifamily in there, it then goes on the books as 6% property. It's rental property. And you immediately begin to get revenue from it. Right now, one of the highest yielding revenue streams we have is multifamily rental housing that's assessed at a full 6%.
Thank you.
It's worth more than, right now, it's worth more than any other kind of property of which we receive operating fund or debt service fund revenue.
Okay. Let's say that the population does start to increase and we see students. I know it's hard to project that. Let's say we need to add a wing to a school for, Reedy Laurel, I project is going to fill pretty quickly. That's just my prediction based on the fact that it has a lot to offer and it's going to attract families to that area. How much would what is the average cost to add a wing onto a school in addition?
It's about $325 a square foot. However, I think what's important to understand in that process is when we cited Reedy Laurel, we took into account the development of Verde. Now, at that point, we didn't have any specifics about development of Verde. That's why there's 250 seats over there. And also recall, we brought population in there from Pelham Road and some other schools. That's created seats there. But one of the reasons, again, to locate Reedy Laurel on the site of the old J.L. Mann High School was we knew at some point a portion of Verde would develop, and it would develop as residential property. So we have tried to offset that. So it seems likely what would happen is as they build out residential, the pace at which those taxes would go into play for us, even at 50%, 56 or 57% of 50%, it would offset the cost of the increased number of students. Also, to simply build the housing does not align with the development plan as we understand it and has been explained to us and I think to the city as well, because part of it is to draw people in there by having amenities there that they would want to have, so restaurants, shops, retail space, that sort of thing. I don't believe there's a desire to go in there and put all of something in place ahead of doing perhaps some of each part of it in place, other than the infrastructure, and they may choose to go straight in and put the infrastructure in, but it's incumbent on them to develop this in a way that enhances tax revenue. Because the way they have to pay the TIF bonds off is through the tax revenue instigated by their investment. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the developer has to, through their development, build in a way that enhances the tax revenue stream to pay off the bonds that were issued for the infrastructure. So it's not to their advantage to do it in a way that doesn't constantly enhance tax revenue, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Levinas Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. I appreciate this. I'm sure many of us in this room may see the 30 years and may not. And I think 30 years is a long time, but let me ask you a question. This group that's putting the money up, they're also getting the tax money from this project to also pay off that whatever they're paying. Is that correct?
They're getting 50% of the value they add to that property to pay the bond, which only can be used for those purposes.
So the answer is yes.
Ma'am, the answer is not as simple as yes.
50%.
Say again?
We're getting paid a percentage of the 50%.
56, 57% of the 50%.
The 50% along with other entities. And they're getting paid 50%.
It has to go to repaying the bond. Yes.
So I know many of you have been on Lawrence Road and all of these roads that go through that area. And traffic is crazy as it is. So I'm excited that the city is going to look at the infrastructure beforehand and not after the fact. Because I can't imagine how the traffic's going to be after this project is completed. We're backed up as it is. And I'm all about progress and so forth. But I'm also looking at all of the homes being built throughout that Verde and all that area, Malden, and further out and in. I mean, the city were approved to do 2 new housing developments, 200 affordable rental units, and a 3rd project that will be preserved with 101 apartments in Greenville. I don't know if you've ever listened to a county council meeting, but it is very interesting. There were several that did not want that meeting to take place on election day, but they still had it on election day night. It's a long meeting. There were 9 resolutions. To follow that meeting was the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. Resolution 1, how are we voting? Resolution 2, how are we voting? Resolution 3, how are we voting? I mean, it wasn't, okay, we have, like we have here at the district, we have this on our docket and you make the announcement. We have this TIF project and how are you voting? I had no clue what they were voting for. And I'm not sure some of them knew what they were voting for. And it was 11-1. So when we say it was 11-1 on election night, and they had speakers, et cetera, I just find that interesting. The city, of course, is going to be 7-4 because this is a win-win for them. This is their project. As far as the district is concerned, they can change things in this. Nothing is guaranteed what they're saying they're going to do. I mean, they have to stay within the ramifications, within the guidelines, but they don't have to follow through with a lot of this. They can do something else within that group. Is that correct?
They can only use this money to pay for that infrastructure. They may choose to modify their development as they go because their build out, their estimated full build out is 2047. So that's 23 years from now. I assume there may be market forces that might cause them to somehow amend that in that period of time. But a short-term ask doesn't generate the revenue for the infrastructure. So it's going to be a long-term ask. As to the description of the county council meeting, I can't speak to that. I can only tell you what the results were. As you know, they voted 11-1 to do it.
I get that.
The city is giving up tax revenue as well. The county's giving up future tax revenue as well. Each entity is giving up 50% of future tax revenue. So there are questions that you all have asked that I think might be best answered by the developer themselves. And Gage Weeks is here this morning, and he represents Verde Development. And so, Mr. Sailors, with your permission, I'll ask Mr. Weeks to come forward. I don't think he would mind answering any question that you might want to pose to him.
I think that would be helpful unless there's an objection. Then, okay. Thanks, Gage. Yeah, thank you. We've got a couple of minutes left, so adding into this additional Q&A, I'm going to extend for another 20 minutes without objection. Thank you. Gage, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Gage Weeks. I'm the president and CEO of Hollingsworth Funds, which is a local private foundation here in Greenville. That's also the majority landowner in the within the TIP district that we're talking about. And I have with me Dan Klausner, who's the CEO of Verde Development, has been overseeing the real estate development negotiations with the TIF, et cetera. So we're happy to weigh in and answer questions. Dan, I don't know if you want to give a couple opening remarks.
Yeah, I think the important piece to recognize and how to characterize this with a TIF and a little bit how this TIF was laid out was for the interest of the taxing authorities that it would affect. And it's important to understand that the infrastructure is actually put in first by the developer at the developer's cost. So the risk is on the developer. The infrastructure goes in the ground to allow buildings to go vertical that creates the incremental tax base, right? So developer puts the infrastructure in the ground, millions of dollars, that's built. The city, through the 50%, acquires that public infrastructure when the tax increment is created to help pay those bonds or to pay those bonds. The acquisition of said improvements is not even 100% payment of those public improvements. The developer is also putting dollars into those public improvements. So it's important to recognize that the upfront risk is the developers putting their money into the ground, grading, water, sewer, roads, knowing that they're going to build buildings to create the tax base. So you're going from a piece of land that has a current tax base of $627,000 a year. That stays as the tax base that all the taxing authorities would get. That through the process for all of the taxing entities increases to $31 million, with the city or the school board's portion being $18 million. So pretty significant increase. Yes, it takes time. I mean, unfortunately, real estate moves at a glacial speed. It doesn't go fast, but that's also purposeful in a way where as traffic increases, things happen, you deal with those issues as they pop up with your development and how it's being executed.
And I would just add, Ms. Mosley, you raised the question of, would this be, built otherwise, or, would a developer fully fund a development like this? With the size and scope of the development that we're talking about here, which is a kind of a major mixed use district that's being proposed over a number of acres, the likelihood of that is not going to happen from a development perspective. From a Hollingsworth Funds perspective, we don't have the financial capability to support infrastructure, public infrastructure, in the creation of that to that extent. But I think what's important here is that we're really talking about the word incremental in tax incremental financing is what's really important. The current tax base does stay the same. So the school district, we're not using any additional or new tax revenue there. We're going to create value through our development that wouldn't otherwise get created without the public infrastructure and the structure of the TIF. So we see this as a real value add, not only to the community as a whole, with what could be developed from what those current 90s style, kind of bigger boxes look like today to what it could look like in the future. And that's going to obviously be a benefit to the community as a whole, but it's also going to be a benefit to the tax base of all the taxing authorities, be it the city, county, school district. And in those projections, even though it happens incrementally over a long period of time, you're talking about 30 times, or more the tax revenue that the school district currently collects that will be generated for, from this district. So we're excited about that. We really do think it's not just a win-win for the city, but also a win-win for the county and the school district as a whole, because of the increase in tax revenue that's going to support operating budget and everything that you all do in the future.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you. And I'll ask you to hang tight for a little bit because we may come back to you in a second. Ms. Levinas-Wells, do you have any additional questions? Linda?
Well, I have several, but I will wait.
Okay. Dr. Royce, do you have anything else to add before I move to the next speaker?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Hi, gentlemen. On the presentation, I'm a visual person. Can you pull up the map up there? Because it's going from,
Go to the blue box.
So it's going.
There you go.
And first, I want to ask about that one. It jumps across Lawrence Road. Is that Hollingsworth property also?
No, it is not.
Why is that in the blue then?
Typically, a redevelopment area encompasses areas that are affected, which will increase tax values in those areas as a result of the development that's happened.
So that's part of this development plan?
It's from the calculations of the tax increment. It's included in the the redevelopment area.
Okay, so for the public, tell me where it's starting. It's starting at Verde, going all the way down to Haywood Road, right? That encompasses where Bojangles and Hooters and all of that is.
Essentially, from Haywood down to Verde Boulevard
down to Verde where the Food Lion and all of that is. Is that part? All of that would be completely wiped out, redone.
It would be redeveloped into a mixed-use development.
So all of those businesses will have to relocate. Is all of that Hollingsworth property?
Yeah, so the redevelopment, if you, let's see if we can go to the.
Pull up the one with all of the pretty one. Go on down. Go on down.
Yeah, there you
that
go.
one right there.
There you go. So the majority of the redevelopment of this project is going to take place in the early phases of this in over 90 acres from Haywood Road, which is at the left side of the screen there, down to where Big O Dodge is on the right-hand side. So that's where the majority of the concentration of the redevelopment is going to happen initially. The TIF district as a whole just encompasses area surrounding the development that will benefit from the incremental tax increases.
And how far back does that go? Does that go back to?
That goes back to the Swamp Rabbit Trail.
The Swamp Rabbit Trail?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so all of that where Gabe's and Old Time Pottery was and all of that would be completely different development.
Eventually, yes.
And those businesses they're aware of what's going on. They have the ability to be part of the project in the future. The goal, the nice part is there's no housing that's being taken away. We're going to be building multifamily housing.
Right.
And then hopefully working with those businesses for, where is their next best home.
Okay, so what I want the public to know, that this is not, the school district is not increasing taxes for this period. This is going to be bringing in tax revenue to the school district, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
All right, so that's what I wanted the public to know. Thank you.
Mr. Cochran.
Thank you. From your all standpoint, considering your present plans as have been presented, what are the advantages of pursuing a TIF versus a FILO or a multi-county park agreement? In other words, from your standpoint, why did you all choose to go this route with a TIF other than your other options?
Well, we have consultants that kind of provide that advice, but the TIF provides a lot more flexibility to work with agencies. A typical TIF, if you look at TIFs that have been executed, the 30 years, and Doug can comment on this from the school district's perspective, but a 30-year TIF is pretty normal as a multi-county business park as well. But the 50% split, a lot of the developers that are using this typically are taking 90 to 100% of that tax revenue. And the ability to decrease that to 50%, it takes longer for us to pay off those bonds and for the city to acquire that infrastructure. But the TIF gives us flexibility in how that's laid out a lot more than, and frankly, in the discussions on the front end was that the school district was going to be involved, and to be able to have conversations with the school district and figure out what works for both sides.
Said another way, we think it's a much stronger partnership agreement between ourselves as a developer and the taxing authorities. We see it as a way to get more tax revenue more quickly to the taxing authorities, so the school district being one of them. So that's one of the real benefits of a TIF versus a multi-county or a FILA.
Thank you. Going back to one of Ms. Mosley's questions earlier, if we chose not to approve this, what would the timeline likely be as far as if the developers chose to go a different route? What would the timeline likely be to this getting back to county council? I'm assuming this would not happen before the new county council members arrived in January.
I have no idea what that would be, and I would defer to the developer to speak.
Yeah, I think to put it plainly, I think the structure of the TIF to support this development is critical, and without it, we'd be looking at going back to square one on the design of the development and what we'd be able to do. It would look a lot different. You'd be talking about a much lower density product, something that the city probably wouldn't be supportive of to begin with. So I think the TIF is a critical piece of this puzzle, just like zoning was a critical piece with the city last year.
I know we've heard that the 30-year term is standard, but I read recently down in Charleston, I think it was Charleston County, where there was something somewhat similar at least, and I think a school board there chose to try to shorten the term. Do we have that option to approve this? And I realize it would have to go back to county council and everyone else to approve it, and the developers. But do we have the option of approving this with a shorter term, say 20 years, 25 years?
I believe that the only option you have is to approve it, not approve it, take no action. That to amend the term would require the city to amend the term of their initiating ordinance, Doug?
Yes, so taxing entities, including school districts, can participate on a modified basis, and I believe that's what Charleston did in theirs. But if that were to happen, then it would have to go back to the city to revise the entire TIF in essence, and go that route. So it's a possibility to participate on a modified basis. I think that it's allowed by law. It would lengthen this, and it would change the proposed development, I believe.
And I think so, to clarify the 30-year term, I mean, it's something that we think provides the most flexibility, and is fairly common from a TIF structure. That doesn't mean though that it will have to take 30 years to pay back the public infrastructure. The value that we create and the development is successful, that only accelerates the amount of tax revenue that's generated, which provides an opportunity to support that public infrastructure and get back to the 100%.
I think that's an important point to be made. The tax revenue cannot continue to be collected for purposes of paying for the infrastructure once the infrastructure is paid for.
Correct.
Which is the issue that we encountered a few years ago, which is why any any TIF that we would be a part of, we closely monitor the tax revenue off of it to ensure that if the infrastructure cost, I don't have the number from me, 100 million, that whenever they hit the payback for that 100 million, that ends it. So the 30-year ends it if it's not paid for, but as soon as it's paid for, it ends. If that's at 20 or 25 or 15 or 28, but it cannot extend past 30.
And I'm certainly obviously no expert on this, but it does seem to me the ones I've looked into, the build out process normally does not end much early. And we've had 3 instances of that apparently here in Greenville County where we have had TIFs and that did not happen. So I'm not, I realize it could happen. Doesn't seem like a high likelihood. And it seems to me like, at least to consider shortening the term a little bit. I mean, potentially we would be talking about millions of dollars even if we lowered that to a 25-year term.
I may not have explained this adequately, but actually it did end those TIFs early because we found they were collecting beyond that which was necessary to pay for the prescribed infrastructure in the TIF agreement.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it. That's all, Mr. Slayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bush.
Oh, boy. There's a couple of things going on, and that is what we have before us today. And then there's the, I hope, continued attention and advocacy that we need to put in place because the world is a different place than it was 20 years ago. Greenville, our state, is in a different place than it was over those years that that we've tried to have discussion with our legislators. We've tried to have discussion with our county council members about what I'm hearing today, which is that important partnership between a county, a city. And I felt like for so many years that we were, when you look at those ways of financing, that it just basically boiled down to if it was multi-county or fee in lieu of, which generally for years, that's what it was. It was fee in lieu of was heavy for like a decade. And then all of a sudden, this new creature called multi-county kind of came along and it started gaining traction. And then basically between those two, you know, we had a choice that you were either at fee in lieu, at TIFs, at least we were at the table. And I felt like the other two, we were always on the menu. That was really what it boiled down to. And with the TIFs, I think we've moved toward that atmosphere of what's best for everyone, what's best for the city taxpayer, the county taxpayer, the county, the school district, and it gives us a little more of that, as you've seen the proposal this morning about, you know, no one can predict what's going to happen. Who could have predicted that the TIFs we entered into, when I look back 20 years ago, and you say that's a long time, it seems like sometimes it's gone by in just a matter of weeks. And 20 years ago, looking at a TIF for downtown Greenville and some of that most blighted area, think back what that blighted area of Greenville and that extended area, who could have dreamed that we would have $500,000 to $1 million condo buildings that were sold out before they broke ground? And that I think on my part, it was the fact that we had no other choice. We were not gonna, it was not a good investment. We had no choice in the other two proposals. So a TIF was basically, you know, how some of us feel here today is that it's the only opportunity we have to put an investment that will return that investment tremendously and be able to support the growth of and the quality of schools that we have here in Greenville County. And now, you know, every time one of those $1 million, $500,000 condos or a piece of property sold in that TIF area that was a TIF area in downtown Greenville, we reap the benefit greatly. And my hope and my prayer is that if we take this venture today, that we will just parallel that the action that was taken. Specifically, there needs to be some continued fights on how we all work together to benefit our communities throughout the state. One thing I would like to ask is about the redevelopment. I know every time the news comes on, it's like there's redevelopment, this proposal. And one of those huge redevelopments that we see or we're in the middle of taking place is at County Square. Could you describe what County Square, which one of these do County Square, the redevelopment of County Square fall in? Did they come to us with a TIF?
No, that was a sort of a hybrid multi-county industrial park and fee in lieu of approach.
Okay, so they chose county council at that time chose to do something that completely left the school district. They didn't have to come to us for any decision making or any sharing or any.
The only revenue you'll receive from that would be whatever would meet the minimum statutory requirement, which I assume would be $1. So, County Square development, no tax revenue to the school district from that development.
And
for that time period.
Yeah.
For that time period.
And that is basically it might be more of a upbuild and less acreage, but that is this type of investment where there's retail, different type of housing.
My understanding is a mixed use development.
Use, basically what this is. And we had no input and we get no return over the direction. And that could possibly happen in this.
In there, you actually don't have at least the part of the property that already belonged to the county. You had no revenue stream at all from it, and you will continue to have almost no revenue stream from it because it was county property. It's not on the tax books. So now the improvements will simply go back to the county to pay for all the development cost of whatever ultimately ends up in County Square.
Debbie, hang on a second if I could, please. Yes. I have 3 more speakers. Is there anyone else that's 4?
I just have one quick thing.
Okay, but we got 4, so without objection, I'll extend again for another 20 minutes.
So my concern is something like that happening where we are put back on the menu and we're not at the table. And I feel like at this, that we at least have a voice at the table. We at least have a percentage of that will come back to us. And which is not to say that there needs to be, it makes me feel better leaving now. And even leaving the board, but even as a citizen to see that the trend and to hear developers talk about the trend is going more towards partnerships where everybody, as I heard Dr. Royster say, we came back to you, our people came back to your people and said, we don't like this part, and that was amended and things like that. And I hope in the future we continue to have conversations about, but we need to do that as a state and as a county on how we continue to move forward and not leave entire entities out like our fire departments. And no, it's not just the school district, our public safety, all those people. When you increase an area, when you increase the traffic, when you increase the coverage the fire department's got to have, when you increase the number of students, that we all need to be sharing and making decisions based on what is for our entire community.
And Ms. Bush, I really appreciate your commentary on partnership, because I think one of the unique aspects of this partnership is the fact that Hollingsworth Funds, as a private foundation and a nonprofit organization, is in many cases the developer through its real estate arm, Verde Development. And we've had a partnership, a longstanding partnership with the school district for many years, since Mr. Hollingsworth's passing. Beck sits on Hollingsworth land. Fisher Middle sits on Hollingsworth Funds land. And we've had a strong partnership through our philanthropy. We're major supporters of On Track Greenville, as well as Launch GVL through the district, and have been great partners, both with prior administration, current administration, et cetera. So I think for us, this is just a natural extension of that partnership. I think it's also important for the public to understand, and for you all to understand, that the vision for this development of a vibrant mixed-use district is one that really kind of aligns with vision and mission for Hollingsworth Funds, which is about developing places that help people get ahead. And so I think that's a unique partnership that doesn't always exist, maybe in the real estate world or with other developments in and around Greenville and the region. And so we're very proud of that, excited about that, and think there's a real opportunity for all of us to benefit.
And I certainly agree, because this is one of those that it is very unique in the fact that we've always done this with other entities, with developers or with the county or with the city, and this is the first time I've ever been involved in a nonprofit being involved. I hope that we create, as we have through our history in Greenville County, we create a model to show other people in the state and other people in the region and in the nation that it benefits everyone. There's no perfect prediction of what's going to happen in the next 20 years, but there is a basis to make it stronger by those community partnerships. And I hope that this will create a model. And I appreciate the fact that you didn't decide to do a multi-county or a fee in lieu of, because, that could have really, that would have said what someone, and when someone's actions, that speaks louder than someone's words. And so the fact that you entered into it this way and said, we want to have the partnerships, that's where I hope we continue to go for the future, and not back to those where we're just left totally and completely out. And then we have to deal with the fact on the tax-paying, on our taxpayers, to be able to pay for those teachers that are going to have to serve those students that are going into a multi-county development or into a fee in lieu of development. So I thank you I think that's all my questions. I thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Saylor.
Mrs. Middleton.
Thank you. I would definitely echo what Ms. Bush said. This feels refreshing to me. It feels like I'm hoping maybe opening a window or a door for the school district to be getting some benefit from so much development that is happening in Greenville. So I applaud that. Of course, I'm a skeptic too, so I'm thinking, okay, where's the gotcha? All right, is there something here? It sounds like I don't hear a downside. We will still be able to collect funds. Is this correct, Dr. Royster? We will still be able to collect funds, millage and all that from landlords, and that doesn't change anything as far as our tax revenue coming in?
It holds the tax revenue stable where it is. As they develop this, as they build it out, our tax revenue will increase on a pro rata share of 50% of the tax value of the build out. So if they build something out that brings in $100,000 in tax revenue in a year, then all the tax entities would get their pro rata share of $50,000. And the other 50 would go to paying off the infrastructure bond. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So you can put whatever number you want in that example. That's the way it works going forward, to the point I think that they've made it probably a lot better than we've tried to make it. It is in their best interest, as well as ours, for them to build this out more quickly rather than more slowly, because then we get to tax revenue sooner. That pays that infrastructure bond sooner. That ends the TIF when that obligation is met, when it's used for those purposes specified.
So,
Of all the vehicles that they might choose, this one is the most advantageous to the district. Again, those other vehicles require approval, but we've certainly seen quite a number of them approved. I think the least likely thing to happen of a scale like this is it's going to be 100% funded by a private developer, and I think what Mr. Weeks has already shared with you is that's not in their ability to do. What this looks like, it would look very different. Or they're going to have to pursue other avenues of public support. And I think the important thing to remember here, that the burden of paying this off falls to the people that end up in those properties out there. In the meantime, we get 50% on what they pay. Well, 57% of 50% on what they pay.
once it's paid off in 30 years, then we go back to just collecting millage from landowners. Is that right?
At 30 years, or when their infrastructure is paid for.
Or when it's paid for.
Can't be past 30 years, so it could be less than 30. So at whatever point in time that is, then all the taxing entities get their prorated share of 100% of the tax revenue. So going back to the $100,000 example, we then get $57,000 out of the $100,000 instead of half that.
Okay. So now basically, does this include some of those big box stores? Is that, okay. So now basically we're getting very little revenue. Would you say $360,000 or something like that?
A lot of it is actually, I guess for lack of a better term, brownfield, because there were stores there, big boxes there, some car dealerships that have been demoed.
Right.
Then there's also existing stores. There's, if you think about where Woodruff Road goes through, there's a strip shopping center in there. We're getting revenue off of that. It's occupied. Between Woodruff Road and Haywood Road, there is a very small strip shopping center. There's like 4 or 5 retail spaces in it. So we're getting some revenue off of that. The rest of it's being returned as basically undeveloped property. So it's not yielding a great amount of tax revenue. And not speaking for them, but I believe the part of this redevelopment would be to replace some of those older strip shopping centers with new up-to-date facilities, either to the people that currently inhabit them or to new renters or purchasers, or however it's structured.
Okay. So as Mr. Cochran mentioned, there's really no leeway to like negotiate a higher percentage for the school district maybe down the road if all of a sudden we see there's a lot of development, people are moving in and there's more kids need to be go to school, or is that
really your point of negotiation is if you reject it and you say back to the city, well, we would agree to this if. But other than that,
so putting
you're
conditions on
agreeing
it.
to it. If you vote in favor of it, if you don't vote on it, or if you don't have a prevailing vote, then it moves forward. That's the way the statute's structured.
Okay. Well, I think it's excellent. I think with as Ms. Bush said, with the, country is changing, maybe the state will change, our sources of funding may change and be diminished. We need to grab onto all sources of revenue that we can get. And this, I don't see a downside to this, unless I'm missing something. I don't think I'm missing anything. It sounds like if we don't do it, we get nothing. And we have a chance to get something, even if it is graduated, it's not nothing.
Yeah, Ms. Middleton, that's correct. And I think you mentioned earlier how you're a skeptic. Well, I'm also a skeptic as well. And it's my job, as president and CEO of Hollingsworth Funds to make sure that we're a good fiduciary and steward of the charitable assets that we have, namely our real estate assets as well. So we've had those same conversations of, okay, what's the catch here, right? Because we're the ones, if there's risk and downside risk in this project, it's on us, because we are the ones that are going to be using our capital to invest upfront in the public infrastructure. And it's up to us to ensure that the development is successful and the value is created and that tax revenue is generated. If those things don't happen, or we fail at that, then that's on our dollar, not the taxing entity's dollars. And we take those decisions, we do not take those decisions lightly, especially as a charitable organization whose vision and mission is to support Greenville County and the people in Greenville County. And so we believe that this opportunity is going to enhance the value of the foundation, of our ability to give back to the community, while also creating something through our real estate that's beneficial to the community, not only its residents, but also its taxing entities. So in that respect, if we're successful, we absolutely all benefit. And there is no catch out there for the taxing entities. The risk really lies with us, but we're confident that we'll be successful. Otherwise, we wouldn't be making this decision.
Well, at least from my perspective, I appreciate that. It sounds like a step forward, which I'm all about going forward, not backwards. And some of that area seems backwards to me with the old box stores and things of that nature. So thank you for opening the window to allow the district to, be at the table.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Middleton. We've got 4 remaining. 3 have already asked questions once. At the risk of coming across as a little harsh, we need to keep these to questions and commentary to a minimum if at all possible. Ms. Mosley, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. I want to really be very clear. And thank you, guys. I understand fully the way that we're going to receive revenue from this, one way or another, okay? The concern I have, and that others have expressed to me, is there any risk down the road that the amount that we're going to, if we were to say yes, and we were going to collect 18 million approximately a year, if that's what I heard you correct, is that going to be enough to support the costs that students from any development that they're going to build bring coming in, so that we are not going to go out there to the taxpayers, again, to the point of the individual taxpayer and say, you know what, we still don't have enough money, we need to have a millage increase because of a deal like this. I think that is I'm just going to be honest, that's a big concern. It's not, I see the value in all this. When I first moved to Greenville, my husband worked in the textile industry and met Mr. Hollingsworth, and so I understand a lot about the legacy that he wanted to leave, and I'm so glad you brought that up, because I do believe that it's a little bit lower risk entering into a TIF with a foundation such as yours, because I know the vision that Mr. Hollingsworth had, and if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, there was very specific guidelines or requirements that he left in his will of how he wanted land that he owned developed and that foundation to run. Am I correct about that? In other words, it's not like your vision for this development is going to magically change, because it has to stay within the parameters of what his vision was. Is that correct? I mean, I'm probably not saying that correctly, but
No, it's okay. No, so there is a, obviously his will set forth the creation of Hollingsworth Fund. So all of his assets upon his death went up into all of the real estate, the old textile machinery company that was still going back then in 2001, all went up into Hollingsworth funds. And the charge of Hollingsworth funds were structured as a type 1 supporting organization. So 45% of our annual distributions go to Furman University, as many as you know, 10% to the YMCA of Greenville, and 45% to a class of organizations really defined as any nonprofit organizations benefiting the residents of Greenville County. And so that is the primary charge of Hollingsworth funds. While there's no specific language as to the disposition of the real estate, the intent is that value is created from that real estate to support that vision and mission. And this is one of the ways to go about doing that.
Okay, so back to my question, Dr. Royster, and that's my only question, Chuck, is please reassure, and by the way, I have spoken to someone who's been involved in TIPS before. I have a friend that's done this, and she did say, to what your point earlier, this is by far one of the most generous TIPS she's ever seen on paper with the school district, because to your point, it's not usually 50%.
Correct.
So I appreciate that. So go ahead.
So, Robin, our average overall per pupil expenditure right now is what? Ballpark. Yeah, just average. So if you assume 10, because obviously it's going to go up, and we got, let's say P&D's estimates, right, 306, Greg, on at your estimate? 510 total. That's 5.1 million, of which we normally 40%, ballpark, 40% on us. That's $2 million. So that's at full build out. That'd be the local share. Because we get, and it may actually be below that. Our current split with the state on straight state funding is 73-27. But you don't really know what kind of student may show up out there. So I just used 40%, which is a kind of high estimate. That's sort of the numbers we've looked at as we've looked at this. So at full build out, you're looking at, that's their assumed full build out, 6.5 versus 2.0 in operating cost. Assuming 10,000, that'll go up some. It's really, as you know, it's really hard to project it with a degree of specificity. But in general terms, every way we looked at the number, we were slightly advantaged no matter how we looked at it at full build out.
Okay.
So as best we can assure that, to the point you made earlier that your friend or acquaintance made, that the terms of this in the world of TIFs are pretty generous. I guess, in the ideal world, we wouldn't have these discussions. Everybody would pay the same or whatever's established for everybody to pay. But that's really not the world we find ourselves in. And of the models that are out there, this one is the most advantageous to the school district of all the models that are out there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Without objections, we'll extend for another 20 minutes. We have 3 speakers remaining. Mrs. Levinas Wells.
So can you go back to the picture of the property and so forth? So
That one?
no.
Revision. Yeah, you go.
So Dan, this property backs up to Hollingsworth Park, correct? Where all the housing is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Will they connect eventually or no?
This past year, we actually built a bridge that connects to the Swamp Rabbit Trail.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a pedestrian connection.
Okay.
Has been made.
The thing that I have the biggest issue is we just found out about this, and this is our first presentation on this. And so I did not understand the urgency as to why we had to make a decision today. I just didn't know why we had to come to a vote when we had not really processed, digested, and researched all of this information. And so because of that, I want you to know, I'm going to vote no, because the urgency of it is just, it really, it just didn't feel right. If we had been able to process it for a true month or, have our cow, have this presentation, and then when our new board member gets on and when we meet again, then, but we have a meeting next week. So it's not like we've had our full month to really research it and understand it and feel good about it and embrace it. So just know that when something is said, you got to do this, they got to know now, they got to know before this time. Well, I don't feel good about that part. Okay?
Appreciate that.
Yes.
I think some of it is the statutory requirements of a TIF and the time frame from when the city approves it. There's a 45-day window, and that's just statutory requirements that we've got to live by. So, I mean, that's unfortunate, and I appreciate your view.
Thank you. That's it.
Ms. Doolin.
Thank you. I'm trying to do some math. These are some big numbers. Can you tell us what your total financial investment is over 30 years?
For 30 years?
Over the next 30 years, what your financial investment will be?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but any of that infrastructure that goes in will be an upfront investment by us. So every dollar that goes in comes out of our pocket first before it's reimbursed.
I don't understand how you know how much to ask for in a tax break if you don't have what your investment will be and what the total cost of all of that is.
There is a model that's been created that, I mean, I think there was a number up there on the order of $210 million that through development of the infrastructure, through partnerships with third-party developers to go vertical, parking decks, a number of different ways the money's spent, but that is split between open space, parks, roads, water, sewer, infrastructure. So, and that doesn't include, buildings going vertical. So it's a significant number. And I'll say that the vertical portion of it has not been clearly defined as to if there's 20 plus individual projects in here on each of the parcels, what those, look like within the next 15 years. So the infrastructure has been defined.
So for the infrastructure, you estimate 210 million?
Yeah.
But you're asking the school district to give up 285 million over 30 years for infrastructure, which is more than your investment? Are those numbers right?
There's when you issue bonds, there's debt service on those bonds. There's a tremendous amount of cost associated with bonds and this type of.
So the 280 is for bonds. The bond
What,
issuing.
the 50% tax would go back to pay those bonds? Is that?
Eventually, yes, the 50% of the revenue would go back to pay the $280 million cost of those bonds. Right.
Which is more than your 210.
Yes, it's akin to if you go take out a loan and you buy a house, and when you sign your mortgage, you may think you're buying a house for $250,000, but your mortgage will clearly tell you over 30 years you're spending $570,000. It's the cost of debt service, it's the cost of issuing bonds and all of that. It's a cost of kind of doing that business.
Is it possible to raise the capital elsewhere?
These, as Gage said earlier, these types of projects are public financing is a big piece of these because the public infrastructure that's going into the ground that is owned by the city or the county in some cases I mean, that's a huge cost that there is a public benefit to. And so this is a pretty common way to finance these types of public infrastructure.
Raising private capital is not an option?
Not an option
No.
for a project of this size and
magnitude.
scale, no.
Well, do you have a projected profit that you stand to make after 30 years? Do you know what, if you go back to that pretty picture, how much, do you know how much you will stand to profit?
I mean, I think they are typical real estate returns for each of the individual projects for the land that's being put into deals and how those deals end up being structured. At the end of the day, to Gage's point though, the fact of the matter is too, you know, there's mission going into the project at the end of the day, which is a benefit. And then any profit that does come back goes into Hollingsworth funds to be, again, given out into the community. To date, Hollingsworth Funds has put $125 million out into the community through, you know, the various grants and work that it's done over the last X number of years. So do we have a projected profit? No, we don't.
Well, if we go back to the other slide where it said, there's some, like the financial slide where it said $18 million would be the tax obligation. Is that based on the millage rate of today? Or how did you get to that? How do you know what your tax obligation will be if you don't know what your property is going to be worth in 2062?
It's really high level calculations of numbers of units, cost per unit in terms of what it'll cost to build that, and then what the tax base that's created out of 3,000 multifamily units, X number of square feet of office, X number of square feet of retail. So.
And is that based on, I guess, Robin, is that on a 6% tax rate?
It's 6% on multifamily units if they were single. You know, to the contrary, I think Dr. Royster's point of if it was a single family home, if all of this land was built out like Hollingsworth Park, that's far less tax base created and potentially even more school-aged children at the end of the day.
Y'all said nothing was set in stone, so it's possible.
Well, you know, I think the benefit here is a partnership that you've got a nonprofit that's been pretty patient with its land to do the right thing and set up a plan, a go-forward plan on how to incorporate something that, you know, drives, you know, a model and for the region, for the state, even nationally. And so
I should say more specifically, the way this development is designed is to be a higher density, more urban corridor development. And so that naturally leads to, just because of size of units and the way the development works out, it leads to, on average, less students per per unit on average than, say, what you might think of over in Verde, like Velo, which was more of a garden style, kind of lower density product with larger bedroom sizes, increases number of school age kids. So our intent in this development is not to create the lower density version of that, because that doesn't work financially for the kind of land uses that are appropriate for that corridor, which really need to be more of that kind of urban, higher density, kind of mixed use.
I think it's important to note that their payback on their infrastructure investment is dependent on a reasonably accurate projection of the future tax revenue. In other words, if they're not projecting this accurately, they're creating a huge problem for themselves.
That just goes back to us taking on the risk in that regard from a financial perspective, not you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Stiles.
Am I the last question, Mr. Sailors?
Got three, but they'll be quick.
Okay. Well, my question is really quick, and it actually goes to Dr. Royster, Mr. Webb, and to you guys as well. And I think this pretty much sums it up, and you can answer it with yes or no if you would like, just to be quick. Here's the question. are there any potential negative impacts to our school district or to our taxpayers by our approval of this TIF? Dr. Royster, will you go first?
Are there any potential negative consequences?
Or impacts
Impact.
to our school district or to the taxpayers?
I think to give you a yes or no answer, I think the answer to that would be, put that turned off. The answer to that would be a qualified yes, because we're unable to say with any certainty there could be no negative consequence. But we believe, based on our due diligence, we have minimized the opportunity for there to be a negative consequence. We further believe that the other options available would have a far greater likelihood of producing a negative consequence. Robin?
I would totally agree with that. The other options may not give you the input.
I concur. I think the positives arguably outweigh the possible negatives.
Thank you.
We share the same.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know, and that's what I wanted our audience to hear and those who are viewing today to hear those answers. Thank you so much.
Dr. Royster, as a follow-up to the question related to the value of the property, even with the investment of development, as the value of the property increases, the value of revenue for the school system and the other entities as well increases. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
This was first brought to us about 2 months ago, am I correct? When it was originally floated by the city?
Yes, sir, and was, as appropriate, was discussed as a contractual matter and a legal matter in executive session, and we provided both updates in that venue and through written communication to the board in the interim. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you have before you a motion that's been properly made and seconded. Discussion has been held. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Ms. Brett?
No.
Ms. Bush?
Yes.
Mr. Cochran?
No.
Ms. Doolin? Ms. Goodwin Caldwell?
Yes.
Ms. Levinas Wells?
No.
Ms. Middleton?
Yes.
Ms. Morrison Fair?
Yes.
Ms. Mosley? Dr. Presley?
Yes.
Mr. Sailors?
Yes.
Dr. Stiles?
Yes.
8-4.
Madam Chairman, that concludes the administration portion of the agenda, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. We appreciate your leadership in that very lengthy discussion. Our fourth matter of business is building and grounds, and Ms. Middleton, I'm going to ask you to serve as the chair of this section, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first matter of business is item 4.1, Facilities Project Report. This item is for information only. Dr. Royster, would you like to speak to this topic?
No, ma'am, but Colonel Carlin or I will be glad to answer any question any board member may have about the facilities project update.
Are there any questions? Ms. Presley?
Yes, this just pertains to just a quick update to the parking situation at Greenville High School. Has there been any movement on securing parking or looking at something?
We're continuing to approach property owners in the vicinity of Greenville High. We're also presented with one option from the city that we're considering, but the location of it and its proximity to a floodplain are a concern. So the short answer is we're continuing to pursue all different avenues of how we might address that parking situation.
Thank you, Dr. Royster.
Yes, ma'am.
I also have a parking question. So I'm looking at
Good, yes.
the completion dates. It looks like, with the exception of Greenville High, sorry, Ann, Colonel Collin, the others will be completed by next summer at the latest? Is
That's
that,
that's the intent,
That's
to
the
complete
intent.
all the others by the end of next summer.
okay, so if I were to communicate that to my high school parents, that you feel pretty good about that?
Comfortable with that?
Okay, thank you.
Doolin.
Thank you. Can you give us an update on the power washing crews? Is that, I think that you said that there were going to be 2 crews, but right now there's only 1. And are they active? Is that still happening?
So you're correct. Our hope is that we will eventually have 2 of those crews. They are continuing to work. The latest projects that we were working on, of course, was this summer at Lakeview Middle School and also at Alexander. I'm not clear where they are currently, but I can get that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
On a somewhat related front, we have significantly decreased our vacant positions in building services, specifically custodial services. We're running about an average of about 20 vacancies, and that's half pandemic and post-pandemic numbers, and it's more what our traditional vacancies have been historically over the past 15, 20 years.
Is there any other questions? Okay. Again, that was for information only. Our second matter of business is 4.02. Let me see. City of Greenville right-of-way and easement request at Reedy Laurel Elementary School. Dr. Royster, would you like to comment on that?
This is simply an easement necessary to provide future water infrastructure improvements and to accommodate road improvements on Ridge Road related to Reedy Laurel Elementary School construction. And you have in your packet a full description of that right-of-way along with a diagram that depicts the right-of-way.
Okay. Thank you. This topic requires a motion from the administration. Do I have a maker of the motion?
I will motion to approve the right-of-way and easement as requested by the Commissioners of Public Works of the City of Greenville at Reedy Laurel Elementary School as presented.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Doolin, Ms. Mosley. Are there any questions or discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right. Sorry, that's taking me a minute. Okay. Our next order of business is 4.03. Right-of-way, road improvements and permission to slopes at Reedy Laurel Elementary School. Dr. Royster, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, this right-of-way request is simply to transfer right-of-way from us to Greenville's GLDC that's doing the work related to driveway, road improvement construction. Allows them to extend their slopes. They do their work. They then transfer the right-of-way in turn to SCDOT, which would be in the future required to maintain that right-of-way. Did I accurately capture that, Colonel?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This does require a recommended motion from the administration. Do I have a maker of the motion?
I will also motion to approve the deeded 0.235 acres of land at Reedy Laurel Elementary School to the Greenville Legislative Delegation Transportation Committee for road improvements on Ridge Road and Isbell Lane, and to approve construction slope permissions.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions or comments? No questions. If you approve, say aye.
Aye.
Any negatives? Thank you. That concludes Buildings and Grounds.
Thank you so much, Ms. Middleton. Our fifth matter of business is instruction, and Ms. Leventis Wells, I'm going to ask you to serve as the chair. And I'm going to turn the floor over to you at this time.
4.01, there has been a request to defer the 5.01 graduation rate to December. Without objection, we will defer this to our December because of the time that has passed. She said 4.01. Any objections? Okay, hearing none, that has passed, and we will move forward. 5.02, do we need a 10-minute break? I think we need a 10-minute break, so with that being said, yes.
If I could, let's finish through our agenda and close this out, and then we'll take a break and have lunch before we begin our final session.
We're up to that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. So we will take a break. I'm sorry, I was at the wrong spot. Thank you.
Okay, I don't mind being
Yes.
correct, but we will take a break.
How long, if are we gonna eat lunch now or
Are
what?
you eating lunch now, or what are you doing?
Let's take a 35-minute break. Let's return here at 12:05. I'm going to call our meeting back to order, and for those who are in the audience who've been waiting, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your patience. We just didn't anticipate the length that our TIF agenda item would take, the length of the discussion, so we apologize, but we're glad you stayed and glad you're here. And at this time, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Ms. Leventis Wells. Ms. Leventis Wells, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Stiles. At this time, we will move to 5.02, Serving Students with Disabilities in Greenville County Schools. Our history, our progress, and our plans for the future. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Royster, who is missing in action. Dr. Royster? He is MIA. Is he there? Yeah. He was here. I don't want to start, Tracy, until we get him in here.
He went screaming out the door, said he couldn't take it.
Okay. With that being said, Ms. Hogan, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hey.
Or Philip Davies, where's Philip?
He's not here either.
This is the next in command.
I'm good if you're good. You just need to tell me what to do.
Why don't you start, Ms. Hogan?
Ms. Hogan, we're going to go ahead and begin.
Yeah, it's definitely a sign. Thank you, Ms. Mosley. I appreciate that. I thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to talk with you. There he is. I bet he has some other statements he'd like to make. So we will hold, please.
Dr. Royster, turn it over to you.
I hate that you all wait on me because really all I'm going to do pretty much is turn it over to Ms. Hogan. But we presented this presentation today. There's been a tremendous amount of interest in special education services the last several months. We've received a lot of inquiries, questions from some board members. So we thought this was a good opportunity to get an overview of where we are in special ed services. What was our beginnings in special ed services, what's our progress, and what are our challenges, and what are our plans for the future. And it's not different from a lot of other aspects of the district, particularly related to academic achievement, which is obviously our core responsibility and our core focus. We have made significant progress, but are we satisfied with our progress? And the answer to that would be we're not. We're not satisfied with our progress in any aspect of delivery of academic services to our students, because we believe we can always improve upon it, no matter what area that might be, nor how much we may have already improved. That's certainly true for our core academics. That's true for our operational processes and procedures as well. If we were not about continuous improvement, we would not have made the progress we've made in all areas of the district. So we're always committed to continuously improving what we are doing for our students. Special education is certainly no exception to that. We were one of the first districts in South Carolina to provide special education services. And there is not a lengthy history of special education services when you compare it to the history of public education in the United States, which goes back to the 1600s. But the great thrust for special ed services really began in earnest in the United States and in South Carolina in the 1970s, though we were teaching and providing those services prior to that in Greenville. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Ms. Hogan, and I think she's going to ask some key questions about how do we get here, where do we need to go, and what's our path forward. Ms. Hogan?
All right, thank you, sir. You said that very eloquently, and it's actually the first slide. We're going to talk about how did we get here, where do we need to go, and then how are we going to make that happen. To reference the history that Dr. Royster already spoke about a little bit, I've put a timeline there for you. He is correct that in Greenville County Schools, we were providing students with disabilities some services prior to 1975 when the federal government then required that. Washington Center actually opened in 1972. The federal law that required students with disabilities to be served in public schools was in 1975. That law at that time was called the Education for Handicapped Children's Act. It's been reauthorized several times, and it's what we regularly refer to as IDEA now. One of the other things I really want to point out to you on the history of special education is between 75 and the present day, okay? From 1975 until that orange block where it has 2014 to 2016, all accountability from the federal government and the state government to school districts was about compliance. It was about timelines. It was about, did we screen and evaluate children? Did we have an IEP in place? There was not any sort of accountability about whether students were learning to read, whether they were improving in their goals, or whether they were becoming productive citizens. It was solely, the accountability was solely about compliance. So there was a shift there between 2014 and 2016 with what was called results-driven accountability. This presentation is essentially, we've got some key dates that were of a marker here. Dr. Royster became superintendent in 2012, so we give you some points of reference there. 2016 is when I joined the district, and on my piece of paper, I have a scale, because in 2016 is when we started talking with the special education department and with all those who were serving in the schools about the scale that we now had to balance instruction and compliance, because we were going to start getting monitored on how our children were doing, which is amazing. We want that to happen. We wanted the accountability for how students were performing, but the state and the federal government were not going to give us any leeway on the compliance factors. So we had to really start balancing those scales there together. On the far right, the green block is 2019, and with that, you see the very first time that the federal government did have any sort of representation where they were monitoring our accountability for growth and how students with disabilities were performing, and that's when you heard presentations at that time about targeted support, and that's where they looked at subgroups and how they were performing. When we talk about special education, there are some key components it's important for everyone to understand that are in the federal law that we are required to follow. The first one being child find. Greenville County Schools has in effect several policies and procedures, including the board policy IDDF, that ensures not only that we identify, but that we locate and evaluate students who may have a disability. Child find activities implemented in our school system must include screening and general education intervention. That's important as we move to the next slide and we talk about on-track and evaluation planning. I know sometimes as board members, you hear the process took a long time, or we hadn't heard back from the school, or there were pieces and parts. And I think it's important for you to know that the federal law requires us to take a look at several pieces. First of all, with the on-track meaning, many students who have difficulty reading may have difficulty reading not because they have a disability, but because they may have come to us initially behind. They may also have not had the appropriate classroom instruction. We have to ensure that has happened. And they also may not have necessary home supports. So for us to move forward in evaluation without considering those pieces would in fact be complex and would be contrary to what the law requires. That second bullet there says data should be collected from across all 6 typical sources, which is general education curriculum. So we need to have them in class and see how they're doing as much as possible. We need to put interventions in place and have records review. We do interviews and observations and even tests. As we go to the next slide, that's when you see sometimes folks talk about when their student is being evaluated. So you have an on-track meeting, or we have a planning meeting, and we review all of the data, and we see that a student is not progressing the way we would like them or need them to be progressing with their same age peers. We may recommend an evaluation for special education services. What we're trying to do is rule out a disability. So in that, there are specific timelines that are written into law that is important for you to know and understand. The first one there speaks to the evaluation must be within 60 calendar days from the date the parent signed permission. Then it gets really fun and interesting because then it says the next deadline is to have the meeting within 15 school days. They don't make it super easy. We go back and forth between calendar days and then school days. But the next bullet talks about that requires the IEP must be implemented, and that's if a child qualifies. And the qualifications are set by the state. So if they qualify as a student with a disability and needs services, we have 30 calendar days then to hold the eligibility meeting. So the total time possible is 105 days, and of course that's excluding requirements prior to evaluation where we might be doing interventions or looking at progress in the general education classroom. We did go back to 2015, 2016 and review our data so that we could look at our timelines. We certainly want to do this evaluation process as quickly as possible, but we don't want to skip steps and over-identify and have students who do not truly have a disability labeled as having a disability. So there's our data from 15-16. We've considerably reduced our wait time from when the team meets to request an evaluation and when the evaluation is completed. The wait time decreased from an average of 62 days to 2015-16 to 46 days in the 23-24 school year. So that's a 26% decrease. As a reminder for those who receive special educations, at two-pronged. You have to be identified and meet the criteria as having a disability, but you also need to demonstrate a need for specially designed instruction and those supports. There are students who have a disability who may be able to access the curriculum or be able to function with just accommodations, and they may be served under a Section 504 plan. Another important term that is in the law that we should talk about is free and appropriate public education. We often call that FAPE. That's the legal right that guarantees children with disabilities access to special education and related services. It really is the cornerstone for special education. Talks about specially designed instruction, related services that we should provide, accommodations, and then of course outlining the specific needs and services in that plan, which is the IEP plan. The next slide talks about least restrictive environment, and we've got a chart to show you that as well. Least restrictive environment is the principle that guides the education of children with special needs, ensuring that they're educated with their non-disabled peers to the greatest extent possible. LRE is also a cornerstone. This chart here is one that I hope will show you. We look at things in the area of most restrictive to least restrictive. All of those labels on there are environments where we're required to serve children with disability who reside in Greenville County. You can see we serve children in home. We have children we serve in correctional facilities and residential facilities and in the hospital, all the way over to students who receive specially designed instruction in general education. The principle that guides the students with disabilities, ensuring that they are educated to that greatest extent possible with their non-disabled peers, does include the services. So I point that out to you because sometimes people think that if a child is sitting in general education, accessing their education, that is their least restrictive environment. If they are in that environment and have adult support with them, it may in fact be seen as more restrictive because someone has to be with them that entire time. So we not only talk about the location, but we talk about what services are offered during that time. There was a question from one of you about educator certification and credentials. All state certified special education teachers are trained and certified to work with students with disabilities in all 13 of the disability categories. We've listed the specific categories there for you. We had specifically been asked if there was a question, or excuse me, if there was certification in the area of autism. South Carolina does not have that as a certification area. You've heard a lot about individual situations this school year, and while each and every one of those is incredibly important, it's also extremely important that we all know and understand the overall systemic status and progress that has been made. This is a chart I shared with you last month and pretty much every time that I do any speaking with you, so you can have a context of who our students with disabilities are. Those are the 13 disability categories. That is last year's data. Our data from this year is still being certified. Of the 13 categories, the far right column shows you the percentage of time that they spend in general education. This is important to note because the majority of the students that are students with disabilities spend the majority of their day in general education environment. So as we talk about how we got here, what we're doing, and we move forward, you will see a great emphasis on educating general educators and administrators because the majority of the students with disabilities spend the majority of their day in general education classrooms. We currently on this chart have 12,588 students with disabilities. That is more than most districts have total students in South Carolina. As a matter of fact, if those students were a district of their own, we would be the 18th largest district in South Carolina. Some facts about spending. I think I heard someone ask this earlier today and I was like, it's in my PowerPoint, we'll get to it. These are per pupil expenditures. As you can see, for Greenville County Schools, per pupil expenditures for students with disabilities grew at a rate that doubled that of gen ed peers over the last 5 years. We also pulled out the information of what we spend on students with autism services. Those would be students who have autism as their primary diagnosis, not capturing other students that may have autism as a secondary. A lot of talk about graduation rate. I was a little disappointed my colleagues didn't get to go before me because they would be sharing some more good news about how we got to this slide right here. But I want you to know that we've spent since really 2012, when I said Dr. Oyster took over as superintendent, you can see that the grad rate for students with disabilities was, of course, what he would say unacceptable. It was 33%, which was below the state average at that time, which of course was not stellar either. It was 40%. As we have moved through the years, I came in 2016, there had been a lot of progress made, and I think thanks to the work of many of the people in this room and our schools, our grad rate is at the highest it has ever been at 66.5 for students with disabilities. As Dr. Royster noted, it is not high enough. We definitely want it to be higher. I think it's also important to recognize here that number in South Carolina, and I'll explain some more, can never be 100%. Because there are students with disabilities in South Carolina that are not counted in this graduation rate. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. But our ranking in the state has moved from 55th up to 17th. In looking at that information, our department has worked very hard to develop core beliefs and being able to share this information with our school teams. Those core beliefs came down to 5 points. One being all students are general education students first. Pretty much if there is a training that is completed by anyone in the special ed department, one of the first 3 slides will be this slide where they will remind staff of this. We also go over the majority of the students with disabilities spend the majority of their time in general education. We remind staff that special education is a service, it is not a place, and it is not a program, and that systematic, long-term, sustainable planning is key to supporting effective implementation of our programs. The last one I always have starred on my own paper and is a favorite of ours because it says strategies that support students with disabilities benefit all students. So we really try to get our school teams to understand that. Instead of thinking we do this for general ed and then we do this extra thing for certain students, let's figure out how we do those things for all students and more students will benefit. As we move forward, what we're really going to do is give you an overview, the highlights for the 2014 to 2024 for the last decade. We've had a lot of accomplishments. One of the things that was really great as a person who joined this department and this district in 2016 was there had already been a program review completed. Greenville County had an evaluation completed 10 years ago in 2014 by the Urban Special Education Leadership Collaborative. Now, when I say that was a gift to me, someone had already studied things and made recommendations so that I could see those as a starting point. So that was really great work. One of the first recommendations that they made, and one of the areas that we've spent a significant amount of time in, is eliminating silos. They talked a lot about how we had a need to build relationships internally and externally. And if you recall, from 1975 all the way up until that 2016, special education was about compliance. So logically, it was in a silo. We were the people that understood the legal pieces of those documents. We helped teams do those things. Instruction sat somewhere else. So from 2016 forward, we really needed to work and change that. One of the recommendations from Urban Collaborative was that special education actually sit in the academics department, which of course that change was made and it does. So we worked very hard on that. We used a series of really marketing. We did making connections, making investments, and we landed on shared ownership that we have used for many years. I know a few of you really like your shared ownership mug, so I appreciate that. We've done a lot of training, and we've shifted how we do our training. We do a lot of training with general educators and with administrators trying to build capacity to those school teams. We have developed and implemented blueprint training for specialized classes. That's important. As we move forward here, you'll see we created new classes, but then we have training that those classes all take together and work together as teams. We participated in and led universal design for learning at our middle and high schools, and we provided behavior technician training for staff focused primarily on behavioral support. In those intentional efforts to build relationships, we spent a lot of time with district level and administrators. Again, the goal here would be that they would not have as much reliance on a siloed department and that they would see us as part of team members. We started participating in their goals conferences, their learning walks, their focus school meetings, and being able to build that knowledge at the school level, because the staff that is here today are not able to be in that room and be in that school every single day to help problem solve. So we have to let the teachers and the administrators have those skills and be working towards that. The next one talks about class structure and home communities. If you recall, many years ago in 2014, we bused a lot of students to a few locations. I have a chart I will show you in a little bit, but we had the majority of the students who received any specially designed instruction in a self-contained class were not able to have that in their home school or their home community. So there were extensive bus rides. And I think truly this came on the radar about the extensive bus rides, but there was far more to it. So one of the recommendations that was made was for us to reduce the bus times. And one of the ways that we did that was to put more specialized classes in school communities in as many home schools as we could. And I know that you have approved positions for that over the years, and we'll be able to share that with you. In doing that, we needed to create operational definitions for those classes. We changed some class structures. So on this chart, you've got the resource teacher, you've got 3 other classes there that are teachers who teach predominantly self-contained classrooms. Majority of the students who have a disability in Greenville County schools are served by that second gray box that says resource. Those teachers can have a caseload by the state of up to 33 on their caseload. The other 3 classes have limits between 12 and 15. One of the things that also came out in the review was that we did not have consistency of programming. We didn't have consistency of curricula. And as much as our students are transient, they could be in a reading program in one school and move to another school and not have that. In the 2014 evaluation, there were 22 different elementary reading programs at our elementary schools. 2 schools reported that they didn't use any, and it was very inconsistent. If you fast forward to the next slide, you will see that is our current elementary curriculum, and we now have 12 consistent programs that are at all those schools that offer those classes. So we don't have any fear of a student moving from one area to another and not having access to the program that they were utilizing. The next one is our secondary programs. The same was true here. There was not consistency, and so we have ensured that all of our middle and high schools have access to all of those resources and receive training in all of those programs. We also realized it was imperative that we provide school administrators and teams with necessary tools to have conversations about students with disabilities. We would talk to people and we would hear them say things like, well, I have 5 kids with an IEP in my class. Well, as a special educator, that doesn't tell me anything because I don't know how those 5 kids are disabled. I don't know what those 5 kids mean. And so we needed to give tools so people to be able to communicate that information. Same thing would be true with principals. We wanted them to know what's the percentage in your building? How are they being served? Who is progressing? Do you know where they're being served? What is your involvement in that level? And so that first document there is it's called Special Education Assessment. It is something that many of our team work on. They work on with the principals in the summer before the school year starts. There's other specific dates that they work with the schools. If you happen to open it, know that there are many tabs at the bottom. It's a very complex document. And quite frankly, one of the things that I am most proud of that our staff puts together so much time and effort into all of the things when they work with the schools. There are 3 other tools there that we created, again, wanting to have uniformity and consistency across our 100 locations. So we needed to develop that, train them on that, and put that out. So we work a lot with those tools there. On the professional development bullet, we have continued to do professional development. Post-COVID, we have a variety of ways that we do that. Obviously, sometimes we're in person. I will say that before COVID, the majority of sessions happened when folks came to MT Anderson and we had something after school. We now do it in a variety of ways. We're also constantly looking for ways to have training at schools and have it be team-based so everybody hears information together. You will see there that over the last 3 years, our staff has led over 350 sessions per year, and to date, they have done 212. I believe that you heard from some folks that weren't quite sure if we did training for paraprofessionals, so I wanted to be sure to highlight our ParaSharp program for you. We did start that program last year. ParaSharp helps our support staff, our paraeducators gain a deeper understanding of the root causes of challenging behavior and ways to help address it effectively. I will say being a classroom aide, a special education aide, or a paraprofessional, whatever term you want to do, it is very, very hard. And it is also very hard for a teacher to know how to work with paraprofessionals. And some of our special educators have multiple paraprofessionals in their room that they have to learn to work with. So this program has really allowed us a mechanism to be able to support our paraprofessionals and our teachers who are working with them. Next slide just looks at our numbers who have participated in ParaSharp. We've had 4 cohorts complete level 1 training. There is a level 1 and a level 2. The second group there are 68 staff members who have done both. To date, we have 327 of the 450. I'm sure you're wondering why we're not at 100% or how can we get to 100%, but you need to know that we are hiring paraprofessionals pretty much throughout the year. So it's hard for us to have a dead stop to get to 100. We do have ongoing training. Any ones that we hire get training and they have access to the training, but they will receive formal training in the days when the school year starts next year. One of the other targets in the last 10 years has been our efforts to build relationships and improve our outcomes in employability training. I've stood in front of you many, many times talking about our employability credential and the programs that we have for our students. We are incredibly proud of that. We have worked externally and internally. You know that we have a program with Bon Secours St. Francis. But we do have many other partners in the community working to help our students learn skills so that they can obtain a livable wage. Internally, we've had great success with our folks in our school-based businesses, our Connections Cafe, and certainly our partnerships with food and nutrition. And even last year, you know, we started a training site at Space Drive to really look at our internal hiring and what we could do. And this year, that is a full project search site. Behavior services. We have increased the number, the role, and the services of staffing to meet our needs in Greenville County Schools. This is an area, of course, that when we were planning for this looked very different pre-COVID than it does post-COVID. But what I can say is that when I came to the district, I was a little surprised we had 1 behavior specialist. You have been incredibly supportive, and we now have 10 behavior specialists. We have a coordinator and a home-based teacher, and our behavior coaches who are boots on the ground out with our students right now have increased from 10 to 11. There's been a lot of work in the behavior support area. We have implemented targeted continuum of behavior management interventions. Classroom management. We've talked to you about hiring gate teachers and different teachers. We have to constantly do classroom management training. We have all different people coming into the profession now, which requires different types of training for them. We have also purchased curricular supports and behavior management techniques and provided training training and research-based programs that we did not have 10 years ago. Ms. Mosley and Ms. Doolin, I think you specifically had asked a question about seclusion and seclusion rooms in the district. I want to be clear, we do not currently have any approved seclusion rooms. The ones who may have been existing structure have been repurposed. They may be book rooms, a door may be taken off of them. They may be being used for something, but we do not have or endorse the use of seclusion rooms. We certainly do not use that as a behavior intervention. I also want to be clear, though, that the definition of seclusion essentially means that a student is a room or an area with or without adult supervision from which he is not permitted to leave. So not having a seclusion room does not mean that it's not possible that it could happen. I could seclude someone from leaving this door right now. It wouldn't need to be an approved room for me to create that act. I hope that makes sense. But I wanted to share the definition under the Office of Civil Rights. We are required to report to them every other year. That is our reporting on the chart to the right. And as you can see, in 2021, we had 0 instances of students secluded. And the same is true for 22-23. If you were to research that, you would not find the bottom one yet because that has not been published, but that is the information that we shared. You've had a lot of questions about autism supports. I know you've had a lot of questions about applied behavior analysis, and specifically about 2 State Department memos. I'm not sure if you've had an opportunity to read the memos. I did link them into the presentation. I do think the interpretation of the memos and possibly what has been shared with you may not be exactly the same as to what is written in the memo. So I did want you to have them at your fingertips. Applied behavior analysis is a therapy based on the science of learning and behavior, utilizing a collection of research-based strategies and interventions to change socially significant behaviors. We have historically followed the requirements of IDEA and its predecessors, which has included, as a part of the IEP process, considering a team on an individual basis the need for ABA services in order to provide the free and appropriate public education. These memos merely restated the longstanding requirements and highlighted the existing possibility of using a third-party provider for those services. In those memos, there were references to educational ABA and medically necessary ABA. Educational ABA, quite frankly, just refers to the location. It is services that are being delivered in the school system. Medically necessary ABA has had a couple different connotations. One, medically implied, that the physician has deemed it necessary or that it might be provided in a clinic. The other piece to that is medically necessary refers to insurance and billing pieces and parts. We bill for medically necessary services already in the district. That'd be rehabilitative health services, speech, OT, PT, of course, nursing services. Board policy IDDF that I referenced earlier covers the IEP process and all legal requirements of IDEA and the American Disabilities Act, which apply to all special education services, again, including speech, PT, and OT, as well as those related to autism. I do probably need to be very specific and say that educational ABA could be utilized with all types of disabilities, all students. Medically necessary ABA references pretty much only autism. Okay. As of October 30th, we have had 20 requests to consider medical ABA services. All of those have been responded to at various stages of review and consideration by their school teams, which is what the memo charged us with doing, having individual school teams take a look at that and consider it case by case. Want you to know that we, as I referenced earlier, we have been doing applied behavior analysis strategies and therapies for years. We've had a longstanding practice of that. Greenville County Schools employs 20 staff members who are trained in utilizing ABA strategies, who work directly with students or supervise staff who work directly with students. 6 Greenville County staff members hold the board certified behavior analyst certification. 3 are behavior specialists. 1 is a district special education coordinator. 1 is a school psychologist, and 1 is an instructional coach at Washington Center. We also utilize 1 contracted BCBA for a total of 7 in the district. 3 additional Greenville County Schools staff members are working towards their BCBA certification. 34 students currently receive what we would call intensive ABA services. That would be 2 adults to 1 student or 1 adult to 1 student. They receive those services in Greenville County Schools by Greenville County Schools staff members. Greenville County Schools district employed staff provide services that are necessary for the student without any regard to insurance cap or financial reimbursement. We also, I think it's important for you to know, we also utilize a program called STAR, which stands for Strategies for Teaching Based on Autism Research. Certainly has many of the components. It is based on applied behavior analysis techniques. Teachers are trained in that STAR program and use techniques such as discrete trial training, pivotal response training, and functional routines, which serve as the instructional base for the comprehensive program for children with autism. The STAR program is the only curriculum that has been validated by multiple independent, randomized, controlled trials. STAR has proven successful in small group and individualized settings and has identified we have identified model classrooms for best practices here in Greenville County Schools. We have implemented STAR in the majority of our intellectually disabled moderate level classes. We are in the process of expanding the use of these resources within the STAR program because there is a lot to the program, so we want to make sure we're using all of it, and implementation to our multi-categorical classrooms. You had asked us about what behavioral outcomes we had or data with applied behavior analysis. While behavior outcomes specifically tied to ABA-based strategies are not formally tracked, ABA-based strategies have been effectively implemented with individual students and in classrooms throughout the district, particularly through programs like STAR. It is really not possible for us to isolate student improvement to one variable due to the multiple strategies and therapies that these students receive. The STAR program is consistently regarded by rigorous research studies to be effective autism intervention for foundational academic achievement and social skills. I told you that we've been considering ABA, we've been offering ABA, so I want to talk to you a little bit about how we do that. Under IDEA, for a student who is identified as already having a disability and has an IEP, parents can request an IEP if they want that to be considered. Oftentimes it comes from the school as well. The parents can request an IEP meeting to determine their needs, and the team would consider if the student needs applied behavior analysis therapy to receive their free and appropriate public education. If ABA techniques are deemed necessary during the school day, the district is required to provide the service based on the student need. There's not a connection to how much funding we would get. If the data says they need it, we'd be required to do it. The district uses Greenville County Schools employees to provide the services, and in the event that we need additional staffing, the district could seek to contract with the provider, just as we do for other therapies like speech, PT, and OT, okay? I'm going to reference those as contract providers because when we talk about third party in a minute, that is different. We do contract providers on a regular basis. The memo specifically referenced consideration of ABA therapy through the American Disabilities Act and the 504 process. For those, meetings are held to evaluate each ABA request on a case-by-case scenario with outcomes ranging from more data collection to changes in service delivery model. We've had folks say, we'd like to consider our outside person coming in. We've had a meeting and there has been a determination sometimes that a child needs different or more services that we already offer. So I want to be clear that contrary to what has been reported, the goal is never to approve or deny a service. The goal is for the team to convene and tailor a plan that is appropriate for the student, meet his needs. What does this look like? You've asked some questions about that and wanted to give you some examples. What we have received from local physicians. Here's an example of a provider note that we have that says, I'm just going to use the name Max because that happens to be a name I like. I'll put that in the student box there. Max has the diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder. I recommend him doing ABA therapy. That's one of the examples of what we're getting from physicians. So I want to be clear, that's a physician just recommending. The second part from another note that we've gotten several of, Max is a patient followed by the X clinic. As you are aware, the Americans with Disabilities Act and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act place a legal requirement on public schools to accommodate the special needs of students with disabilities, which includes those diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Max has been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Max's medical team at X Clinic has recommended applied behavior analysis as medically necessary therapy. That means that they can then bill for that. 2 memoranda recently issued by the South Carolina State Department of Education can be referenced as guidance for case-by-case consideration of ABA therapy recommendations. Thank you very much. Please don't hesitate to contact us. So those are some of the things that we are getting. So when it sounds like it's very simple, it's not, because now a team needs to convene and determine how will this impact the student at school? When would the student get this? What do they need? There's many more questions. So I want to be clear that is something that you understand. It's not very cut and dry that they need X amount. This is when you should do it. By the way, this therapy would trump his reading lesson at that time. So there's lots of things that we have to consider. Third-party providers, that's what I was saying, is different than contracted providers. Contracted providers are folks that we would say, as a district, we need this person because we don't have anyone to fill that, and we would contract with them. A third-party provider refers to therapists that students and their families are using outside of the educational process that they would like to come in and work with students during the school day. So the third-party providers focus on an individual plan. They have their own therapy plan, which may or may not align or support the broader educational and classroom goals for all students, and may not be necessary for school setting. Service hours are typically recommended by the analyst who will be performing the service with consideration of reimbursement. When I say that, I'm not implying that they're doing anything unethical. I'm saying that they know their insurance will cover X amount, so that would be what the recommendation would be for, or can be for. Permitting third-party providers into the school raises concerns about liability, accountability, oversight of classroom management, and the confidentiality of other students. Third-party providers are not required to be trained beyond ABA, meaning that if we have staff and they're going to be in a classroom that, say, is predominantly delivering the STAR program or Reading Horizons, we would give them training in some of the curriculum and things that they would be doing in addition to other things if they work for us. You asked us about teacher opinion on bringing third-party ABA providers into the school district. We only did that anecdotally because, quite frankly, first they needed to understand. If it's presented, would you like someone to come in the classroom and help you with Johnny's behavior? I think most people are going to say yes. However, we know that that's not always that clear-cut. Teachers and other staff members reported mixed opinions regarding additional behavior support, particularly in the introduction of third-party staff who are not Greenville County employees. An ABA provider would work only on behavior and not necessarily what the teacher might want, and may in fact be in conflict with what the teacher is recommending. Some teachers would welcome this support, recognizing a structured, evidence-based approach. Others may be hesitant due to concerns about classroom dynamics, supervision, and differing approaches to behavior, as well as the potential loss of direct instructional time that the teacher is ultimately responsible for delivering. I think that is key. If a student's behavior is so excessive that they need intensive ABA therapy, most likely that is not going to happen in their classroom. It's going to need to be outside of the instruction that's happening. And then the teacher is still ultimately responsible for the lessons and the instruction that was provided at that time. Also, there would need to be considerations for if they were to be removed from the classroom, who, where, and when would go with that outside provider. You asked about what other districts have done in other places. So we did a little bit of research on that. One district that had allowed third-party providers noted that it was beneficial to have an additional person to provide strategies, promoting positive behaviors in the classroom. However, there were offsetting negatives as well, including inconsistency in delivery due to therapist cancellations, personnel changes by the company, or a lack of collaboration between the therapist and the educators. Another report echoed that a company would send different people on different days and sometimes discharge students who were being too aggressive or not making progress. There were also issues with the provider-provided personnel or the third-party personnel not being attentive to the responsibilities in the school setting for the student being served. One report said the person was on their phone a lot, and so they had to address, the teacher then had to figure out how to address that. Billing by third-party ABA providers. Medicaid coverage covers ABA services, varies by policy, and is often a secondary payer and only applies to Medicaid eligible students. You asked how many students of our students with disabilities are Medicaid eligible, and that is 60 to 64%. Not all Medicaid or insurance policies cover school-based services, and there are caps on the amount and type of services covered. Districts must work closely with the parents and the insurers to navigate the coverage limitations. Authorization process includes, just like when you go to the doctor or have a test or a surgery, there's pre-authorization and reauthorization. For this, reauthorization is generally required every 6 to 12 weeks, which can lead to disruptions in services. Insurance coverage typically varies from 10 to 40 hours per week and does not necessarily align with the school day. Keep in mind, for our elementary age students, we typically have them about 6.5 hours a day, which includes our lunchtime. There was a question asked, what would it take for us to provide one-on-one aids for all students with autism? I want to be clear, I don't believe that we think all students with autism would need someone sitting with them or being with them to help them. We have many students with autism in the district who spend time in general ed, if not the majority of their day, and are doing very well. Greenville County Schools currently enrolls 1,538 students with autism as a primary diagnosis. Again, this would not capture those with a secondary eligibility criteria or those who have multiple, where autism would not be the primary. We currently have 12 one-on-one professionals assigned to work with students with autism. So if you take that total number and subtract 12, the average cost for a para is $44,300. That includes fringe and benefits. So providing one-on-one for the remaining 1,526,000 students with the eligibility of autism would cost a total of over $67 million annually. Wanted to talk a little bit about what challenges we face. I think you know many of them, but I do want to go into some specifics. So I think we've identified 6 key challenges. The first one here, I think, is just the complexity of the law. The complexity of IDEA, the complexity of the American Disabilities Act, the federal laws, the state laws, the communication. It's complex for those of us who work in it every single day, but it is incredibly complex for parents to know and understand. The field of special education is by far the biggest area of litigation in education. In fact, it is more than the rest of education combined. So that would be a number 1 challenge. There are 4 parts of IDEA. We work with ages 3 to 21, which is Part B. There are 270 complex and specific regulations that we must follow in Part B of IDEA. Challenge 2 is the culture and the practices. And I would say that this one is one of the biggest. Sometimes we can overcome explaining the law, but maintaining a district and school culture where every staff member values and understands their role in the success of all students is hard. Ensuring all staff have the highest expectations and appropriate rigor in educating all students can be hard. Expecting, planning, and implementing practices that require all staff, not just special education teachers, to take ownership of supporting students with disabilities is incredibly challenging. As I explained to you in the history, we set it up that special education was separate, and it was a compliance silo. As we have moved forward and we're saying now, how are they progressing and how are they doing? and understanding they spend the majority of their time in general education, we have to get out of that silo and work with the teams that work with the student every day in the general education classroom and the administrators at those schools. We've been doing that for, this is my 9th year here. We've been very intentional in that, but that is not work that I think can ever stop or can be underestimated, because to keep the rigor and the high expectations and shared ownership at the highest potential, it takes a lot of effort and energy and work. And you will see that challenge 3 goes absolutely against that. It is contrary to everything that I just said to you in challenge 2. There are research bears that schools that are successful in raising achievement of students receiving special education services have established a culture in which achievement for each and every student is considered their shared responsibility. These types of schools discourage a yours and mine mentality. And as we work to offer more inclusive schools and meet individual student needs, the state accountability system actually goes just the opposite of that. What I mean by that is, you know that when I've spoken to you about employability credential, those are students that a team, including their parent, said it is not appropriate for them to get a standard high school diploma, that there is something else for them. They then successfully complete that program and are considered a dropout. The state legislation created that program, endorses that program, and they are counted as dropouts. But even more so now in the new accountability system, they have what we call on track to graduate courses. None of their courses are in on track. So they hit the school report card at the freshman year, the sophomore year, the junior year, and the senior year. So when I'm trying to build a culture of accepting all students and programming for all students, there's an accountability system that says your school is going to get gigged, for lack of a better word, because these students have no potential in the report card accountability to give you positive points. So this is a huge challenge. Challenge 4, recruiting and retaining sufficient number of highly qualified special education teachers. No matter when you came into special education, if it was this year or 30 years ago, we've had a challenge of getting quality special education teachers. You know now it is harder to recruit teachers as a whole. It's also important to note that special educators are more likely to leave the profession faster. 50% of special educators leave in the first 5 years. So it is incredibly complex to keep them trained, and we have to keep training and retraining a sufficient number. We also, post-COVID, have had new challenges in paraprofessional positions. There are more opportunities for them to have competitive employment elsewhere, and so training them and keeping them in those positions has been challenging. Challenge number 5 is increasing in extreme behaviors and mental health issues. It was stated, I believe, at one of the board meetings that behavior was a new focus in the district strategic plan. However, I want to clarify what the references in the strategic plan were references in regard to all students. The strategic plan actually states that behavior is a national challenge and concerns have increased greatly since 2018. The strategic plan notes post-pandemic recovery efforts and nationally referenced 78% of the teachers identified student behavior as a top concern. So managing those behaviors and increasing mental health situations for all of our students is incredibly challenging. Challenge number 6, public perception, employee morale. Special education is incredibly complex. I don't think anyone could argue that piece, but it's intended to be focused on individual student progress. Due to our requirements to protect confidential information of students with disabilities, we often cannot refute, explain, or clarify with specificity negative or disparaging remarks. Educators and school staff are often feeling attacked and are becoming more hesitant in their actions due to the hypercritical environment in which they find themselves. Employees have reported being yelled at, cursed at, and targeted by families and advocates. So we're very, very concerned about the employee morale and public perception. As a result, again, this is challenges in recruiting and retaining staff, very much worried about the longevity of our profession and who is going to sign up to do this. Very successful teachers then sign up for administrative positions. You have a lot of them in the room today that have dedicated their life's work to advocating and serving children with disabilities. And I am fearful that we will not have a room full in 5 years. As we move forward, I can tell you with great pride, there are a whole lot of positive outcomes in Greenville County Schools, students with disabilities. You've heard a lot about grad rate. I know it's been shared in the press. It's been shared on Facebook. It would have been shared in this room if my colleagues had had an opportunity to speak before me. But you will see that there is far more than grad rate going on here in Greenville County Schools, that we have a lot to be proud of. Those bullet points there are the ones that I said that we, in the very beginning of the presentation, that we were targeting from the Urban Collaborative. We have improved attendance opportunities for students with disabilities at their home schools and promoted shared ownership. Just go ahead and click to that slide to show it to you. On the far left, where you've got those bullets, in 2016-2017 school year, you pretty much had an equal match of students in specialized classrooms that were being bused away from their schools as there were those who were being able to be served in their home schools. It was 953 that we bused 983 that we bused away. 953 were able to go to their home school. As a total of 1,936 students. Today, we have 1,788 students that are able to go to their home school. 516 are bused to other schools, and those are predominantly schools that are in their community. They are not in their home school, but they are in the, let's say they're in the Simpsonville community versus going somewhere else. I want to point out too that we are busing more students, but we are getting them there faster, and we are getting them there with challenges, obviously, of having bus drivers in all of those positions. This chart here, there was a great concern about the length of time that students were on the bus back in 2014, 2015. And of course, that remains a concern of ours, something we always want to be shortening that time on the bus. But in 2014, 2015, you had 3 students that were on the bus over 5 hours for their school day to get to their program. So obviously that was a concern to get to their right location. What you want in this chart is you want more things to be to the far right. So as you can see there that we are busing more students, but we are doing it at a ride rate that is more than 1.75 hours has significantly increased. So most of the students are able to get to theirs with a total ride of 1.75, where before you had far more to the left side of that chart. Looking at our outcomes, we talked about the transition program out at Space Drive that we added. This is the program that now is our second project search site. As you can see there, we had 8 interns enrolled last year, 7 completed, 7 graduated, and we employed all 7 of those. I think Dr. Royster spoke earlier about making some gains in our internal hiring. There's one of the numbers for you. I've shared this with you every year. This would be the update with last year's information. We are in our 8th year of Project Search at Bon Secours. We have an 89.1% employee rate for the graduates who are currently employed. And again, employed is a livable wage. We're talking about people who have insurance. The next slide is really, I want to be sure that you know that we're looking for our students transition, not just those who are getting the employability credential, but our most involved students. This is life after the Washington Center. Thanks to the staff at Washington Center and their diligent work, they realized that there were not a lot of opportunities for our students when they left Washington Center. Graduation at Washington Center was a very sad day because we had done such a great job for many of those families and students, and they didn't fully have a plan. And so that was something that our staff at Washington Center has attacked, and they have attacked it very strongly. As you can see at the bottom, over the last 4 years, there have been 37 graduates, and all of them have programming that they are either involved in or on a waiver to have assisted programming. United States Department of Education requires that the South Carolina Department of Education survey parents yearly. Due to our size, the State Department of Education surveys 1/3 of our parents with students with disabilities every year. This chart measures to what degree parents feel their involvement was encouraged. As you can see, since 17-18, all of our data points have been over 90%, with the exception of 18-19, and we scored an 89.7%. We are significantly over the target set by the State Department of Education. At IEP meetings, we share what we call procedural safeguards that allow parents the opportunity, if they have a complaint or a concern, to know what that process is. So one of the things that we wanted to look at were state complaints and how we were doing in that area. This chart shows how we compare not only with whether there were findings or not, but also how we compare to the rest of the state. As a reminder, Greenville County Schools is 10% of the state of South Carolina in our number. So what we'd really be looking for on that far number to the right is to be at or below 10%. From 2018 to now, you can see there was 1 year that we were above 10%. That was the 1920 school year. The asterisk there indicates one person filed 3 of those complaints. Some information on what this complaint means. If it says no findings, that means the State Department of Education found no violation in compliance, because again, that's what they're monitoring, is compliance. So they said there was no further action. If there were findings, they found violations, and typically what happens is we're required to come together as an IEP team and consider if there was educational loss from anything that occurred in the compliance violation, and then we come up with resolutions. Typically, that is in the form of compensatory services. Compensatory services are generally delivered after school or through summer opportunities. I did review all of those to see if there was a trend or a pattern to any of the complaints, to see if there was a different way we needed to be looking at things. The only thing that I found that was slightly a trend would be that there were 2 of those complaints involved general education teachers knowing and implementing accommodations that were provided to them, and actually training had been done for those staff at the schools. Recently, there was a concern noted about our performance of students with disabilities on statewide tests, so I wanted to clarify that for you here. We have our ELA and our math on our SE Ready performance there. As you can see that we are above the state average the last 4 years. Regarding state test scores, we would also look at our end of course exams. Algebra 1 and English 2 are the 2 that are considered in our federal plan and our accountability reporting. We were above the state average in all of those markers, with the exception of 2021. In algebra, we were below the state by 0.4. The following year, I'm happy to report that we were above the state by 10.5%. This is a graphic just to show you our progress that we referenced earlier for students with disabilities. In the green, we have Greenville County Schools. In the orange, we have the state. So as a reminder, when Dr. Oyster took over, our students with disabilities were performing below the state average. As you can see at the next marker, we were performing above the state average and now are considerably above the state at 66.5 with our graduation rate for students with disabilities. This slide is one that I am incredibly proud of. I think we need to take a minute to look at it. It is one of our biggest indicators on how schools are actually doing with students with disabilities in their building. We ask each of our high schools to consider not only their grad rate of students with disabilities in their overall grad rate, but what is their gap and how are they closing that gap? So what we're looking at is there was a gap between the performance of students with disabilities and the overall population. It used to be 39.2%. and it is now down to 22.2. So it is decreased by almost half. And then keep in mind that those students who are getting the employability credential are not in this. They're considered dropouts. College and career readiness. I know we recently reported great gains as a district. The principals hear me say pretty regularly, if you want to move your school, you're going to need to move your students with disabilities. And the same thing is true for our scores in college and career readiness. We started really tracking students with disabilities back in 2021. And as you can see, we have exceeded the state performance every year. Our current growth is 25.8%. Not only are we proud of our work, we have been recognized nationally and actually internationally by the International Center for Leadership and Education. We were recognized in 2021 as an innovative district as really because of our work for students with disabilities. So we had an opportunity to be highlighted there. Had a lot of great gains and a lot of successes, but of course, as Dr. Royster mentioned, we are not finished. We know we have a lot to do, but we also have to keep assessing the landscape. Our students change, our community changes, our needs change, and we have to keep moving forward. Our department focus for this school year continues to be building capacity, supporting our programming, curricula, and instruction in the schools, improving our compliance by providing clear expectations and training, providing behavior supports, and continuing promoting shared ownership. For the long-range plans, wanted to give you some dates. There are 3 parent trainings there at the top, the STAR Parent Academy and Parent Academy. In the middle of that, you have Road to Possibilities, which is an opportunity fair. We've had something like that for many years, pre-COVID, and really bringing that back on site for those who are transitioning out of our school district to come and look at all the opportunities. It was scheduled right after Helene, so it had to be rescheduled. We plan to continue to provide direct support to all staff at schools, strengthen the district and school leaders' capacities to serve their students with disabilities, and implement the new South Carolina, that's called the SEED document. I said to you earlier that the eligibility criteria is created by the state. We don't create that. There's a new document, a new criteria for students with learning disability that we will continue to work to implement. We will assess and plan professional development offerings for a variety of audiences with a focus on gen ed in our school teams. We'll continue to evaluate and grow our specialized curricular offerings, and we really plan to investigate opportunities to add targeted math curricula and supports. We plan to expand our behavior training to additional support-based staff members, school-based staff members, strengthen our partnership with the district training and planning, expand work-based learning opportunities. We have a partnership starting with CVS drugstores in January. And we will evaluate the state IEP program. You may recall we had to switch gears right before school started and not utilize the program that they had offered us. Hopefully we can establish a relationship with that when it is successful at some point. And currently we want to expand our STAR programming. As I mentioned when we started this, we had an external review 10 years ago. So we certainly want to commission an external review. We think it's time, 10 years later, to review the educational services to students with disabilities in Greenville County schools. This would include focus groups for parent input. The dates are there that we had the last one in 2014. The last time we were monitored by the State Department of Education was 2018. I reported those findings to you after they sent them to us. We had excellent report at that time, but that's only a compliance monitoring report. So those are the 2 formal things that we've had in the last 10 years. Once we have this commissioned, results and recommendations will inform our future decisions and update our practices related to improving outcomes for students with disabilities, training our employees, and enhancing our 2-way communication with parents. So I thank you very much.
Dr. Stiles. Thank you so much for that very informative presentation. As a former school principal, I understand the importance of having our paraprofessionals trained, especially in the area of special education. I was really pleased to hear about the ParaSharp training. I'm just wondering, have the paraprofessionals been surveyed, or has there been follow-up with them to determine if the professional development met their needs or if it was impactful?
So yes, and I'm going to turn to my team who is sitting right here who may need to jump up, but they absolutely have been surveyed. I will tell you that as we bring budget requests forward, it's that time of year for us to be thinking about that. We certainly review that. Anecdotally, I can tell you, I recall that the first information that we had a large group of people say, I finally feel prepared. So yes, that we are constantly surveying them. Is there anything else?
Yes, we do. We did a survey.
Can you come to the mic, please? Thank you. We want to get you recorded.
Yes, we have sent a survey to all the paraprofessionals who participated and got outstanding results. They felt valued as employees of Greenville County Schools and asked for even more training. And that's why we are offering the level 2 training so that we can continue providing professional development to them.
Thank you. I personally find that our paraprofessionals in special education are very passionate about what they do. They really feel called and committed to that job. So I appreciate the training. I'm very pleased to hear there's a level 2. And which leads me to my next question. With our need for special education teachers, with the turnover rate, because those paraprofessionals are so committed and are so passionate, what efforts have we made as a district to try to guide them toward gaining their own certification so that we could change their employment from paraprofessional to special education teacher? That background experience would be wonderful, a wonderful prep for them.
If you hadn't gone there, that's where I would have gone next, was to say some of them are so happy and feeling successful that they are going on further to be special educators. We absolutely are tapping into that because we feel like they are homegrown, they are right here. Certainly ask teachers to refer. I don't have a number of those, as I'm looking to my HR friend over there. I don't know that we have that at our fingertips, but we do definitely have and can find for you a number of how ones that, you know, have chosen that path.
We've got a couple of structures in place to transition people from paraprofessional to teaching roles. Ms. Cap can speak more directly to those, but basically what it does is it helps facilitate the cost, one, and secondly, the thing that has always been a barrier, this requirement, the preoccupation at some point with colleges with doing student teaching for a person that's been working in the classroom for several years directly with a teacher. And we've been able, through really a tremendous change in attitude on the part of the colleges, to smooth the way for them to utilize the experience they currently are receiving to count towards that. Has to be modified a little bit, but in essence, they don't have to give up their job to fulfill their student teaching requirements. Did I capture that correctly, Ms. Cap?
That is excellent, and I'm so glad we've made the additional step of reaching out to our colleges and universities to form that partnership and to work with them to support filling our positions. That's excellent. And my final question is, like you, Mrs. Hogan, I'm going back to challenge number 3 with our state not recognizing the employability credentials. That just really grabs me and hurts, because I have personally seen those students in those roles and how hard they work and how successful they have been. So the thought that our state does not recognize that is really disturbing. I'm just going to use the word disturbing. So what I would like to know as chair of this board, what can our Board of Trustees do to advocate to change that? Because that's a change that needs to be made.
Yes, ma'am, I agree. I think Dr. Royster would probably speak best to that.
That would be absolutely what we would recommend and request that you do, to formally advocate that this credential, that this board advocated for at its inception, which has been established by the legislature, be viewed as being completing graduation requirement for these students who IEP determined in collaboration with their parents have said this is the route of successful completion for this student. It should not count against them, and it should not count against the school. And it certainly should not count against a high school's graduation or high school's report card 4 different times. Makes no sense.
Thank you, Dr. Royster, and we're going to accept that challenge here today on this board, and I'm going to direct our advocacy committee chair, Mr. Sailors, who I know he's also passionate about this issue. Mr. Sailors, I'm going to ask you to move forward with our board as our advocacy chair to make this recommendation to our state leaders, and that we will all work with you and beside you to advocate for this cause. Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Mosley?
Thank you so much, Ms. Lewin-Wells. Okay, I have some quick questions and maybe some longer questions. And I'm going to jump ahead on slide number 6, where you highlight the decrease in the number of days to get the evaluations done.
Oh, okay.
First of all, I'm so happy to hear that, and I just want confirmation because I remember in the last year's budget, but possibly the year before, we approved funding for additional school psychologists. Are we attributing that decrease in time to having more on staff? And
I'll
I
let
think
the
I
one
even
in charge
remember
of that answer that.
Well, I think I even remember Dr. Royster saying back then that it's a hard position to fill, even if we had all the money in the world, finding more, because obviously I love seeing that number.
That's correct. So yes, to y'all's efforts and having positions for school psychologists, us getting the word out and being a school district that people want to work in, and hiring new psychologists have had a huge impact in that. With that said, as you're looking at it, as Dr. Royster said at the very beginning, we're still not where we want to be with reducing that time frame, because as what Tracy said, there's a lot of effort that goes into before you even get to the evaluation phase, right? So we want to keep reducing that, but yes, it definitely impacts.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. So that's great news. Next slide, slide 7. I just wanted an example where it says some students with disabilities are able to access and make progress in the general curriculum with no additional assistance. Can you give me, I was trying to rack my brain to think of what that student would look like.
Sure.
Or
Remember last month we talked about you can get an evaluation in another place, right? So you may have a student with a learning disability, and then at some point they are progressing, they have their skill set, they have maybe a ADHD disability. I mean, there's lots of things, and other health impaired. You can have a hearing impairment and not need specially designed instruction, right? Okay. It may be that you need certain tools that would be under accommodations. Does that make sense?
That's what I was thinking, but I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Tracy, I'm going all the way over to where you presented the numbers. Let's see, it's slide number 13. All of the numbers. And then we go on to slide number, I don't know, okay, so slide 16. So on slide 16, we talk about all students are general education students first. The majority of students with disabilities spend most of their time in general education. Special education is a service, not a place or a program. I love all of those statements. I think those are wonderful core beliefs. But then I go over here to slide 13, and I see, obviously, it's not a surprise to me that the category of learning disabilities, a large percentage of those are in gen ed, 80% or more of the day. Where I'm disappointed and where I struggle is the numbers around like the intellectual disabilities mild. I can speak to that personally since I have a son that would fall in that category. It's at 4%, and then the moderate, it's at 0.9%. What are we doing to, and this is a broad question, so if you need to answer this at a later date, that's fine, but what are we doing to increase those numbers? Because I feel like we've kind of been stuck in that percentage for a while, and not seeing a lot of progress or growth. Even with the students with autism, it's 31%. I mean, those are the lower numbers on that scale.
Well, and something that may be helpful to you, Ms. Mosley, would be if I pulled the percentages for all 3 categories, because remember, the far right is just 80%. So
Right.
These are students that are spending the majority of their day. So if you're talking about a high school that's on, 4 classes, so they essentially have to be in there all 4 classes, right? Otherwise, it's 75% of the day. So that middle category, I think, is a lot of the category in an IEP that you would be speaking about. There are in the different times where a student maybe their freshman year, and just to use a high school example, got more time in the academic piece in the self-contained class, and then later on be able to go out. I mean, it would kind of ebb and flow, but that middle category would probably be one that if I could pull for you, may speak and to that differently, because this is just the 80%, meaning they're spending the majority of their day. Most of those kids, when you're looking at that 80%, are probably getting a small period of resource right? So they don't need, their disability is not requiring specially designed instruction more than it would be their gen ed opportunity. But to your point, that whole piece about I'm sorry, I didn't need to.
No, you're okay.
The culture and the acceptance and the training, the UDL training, everything that we have to do with gen ed. And, you know, I get very frustrated. I think you know that I want us to move fast, right? But it's a big engine in a big place that we have to move. A colleague that used to work with us said, you're trying to move a Titanic, but it's also a Titanic that has been from 75 to 2016. There wasn't a focus on that. So believe it or not, there are still some people, and there are still universities putting out people that don't think like our new way that's been going on for 9 years.
Well, I just know when I was advocating for my own child,
Sure.
the 80%, that was a goal for me, the 8% or more. And I would just suspect, I just hear from parents that is their goal as well. So I really just want to encourage us to keep focusing on that.
Okay.
You've already answered my question. The graduation rate is standard diploma only, does not include certificate or the employment credential, which we've already talked about. So I was just clarifying that. Okay. So jumping ahead, well, I don't want to go too far out of order. I'm going to come back to the culture comment. All the way down to slide number, where you have the, oh gosh, sorry. I don't have it. I've had it printed out, but I didn't print the slide numbers on me. 25. This is the efforts that you guys have done to build relationships. These tools, are these required tools or professional development that we require all of our, I don't know if this is admin doing, I couldn't remember what you said, who you said did these things.
Yeah, so yes, I would say they are required. Those are tools that we are expecting schools to be utilizing. When that SPED assessment, that top one, now all of my colleagues who supervise the principals at schools, they review that SPED assessment before we send it out each year because we've tweaked it and changed it every year. We try to make it a comprehensive document. They have a place where they have access to those documents when they go to school. So if they're going on a learning walk or going to meet with a principal, any of my colleagues who supervise principals can say, hey, let's talk about your SPED assessment. Have you done your quarterly meeting? And so what's it look like? So they can talk through those pieces and parts. So yes, I would say required may be the harshest word. I would say it's an expectation, and I think that my counterparts are holding them accountable for that.
Okay, so jumping ahead to the next couple of slides about the ParaSharp training, I too am glad to see that. I just wanted clarification on the level 1 versus level 2. Could you differentiate between the two, like what level 1 might include versus what level 2 includes? And then how long does it take a paraprofessional to achieve, I don't know if the right word is certification, but mastery in whatever level they're in?
Angie has led that effort for us, so I'm going to let her pop up. She has a handy dandy chart here.
Okay.
Some of the topics included, especially in level 1, it was about building relationships with students. So they covered learned strategies for developing effective relationships with students, developing an understanding of adverse childhood experiences and their impact on students, and learn strategies to proactively address challenging behaviors to prevent it from happening.
Okay, and that's all in level 1?
That's level 1.
Okay, so then level 2 includes just more of that?
Yes, and building on to that. We could actually add on a level 3 at some point.
Okay.
There's lots of different things that we could create. We just felt like building that relationship and learning about behaviors and the why behind behaviors was where we needed to start.
Okay, so is this training we do, ParaSharp, obviously that's a brand, like a box training or package training. So do we do that internally, or do we have like an external person come in and do that?
An external person comes in to do that.
Okay. And that's ongoing throughout the year, or it looks like it's in the summer?
Yeah, it's ongoing.
Ongoing, okay. All right. Hold on, guys. I'm doing as fast as I can. Super happy about the increase in behavior specialists. Seclusion, Tracy, I'm jumping ahead to the seclusion question. I just want to be real clear I heard you correctly. We have no seclusion rooms in Greenville County, that we don't use these in our intervention. However, it says up here, Greenville County School District procedures to utilize seclusion only when a student poses a danger to himself or others, and only as a last resort. So if we don't have rooms, what do we do?
So if this were my classroom, and Jason were exhibiting behavior that he needed to not be with anyone else.
Right.
First step would likely be that we would clear the room. But when I clear the room, and that leaves Jason and I, if I'm calling for help and not letting Jason leave the room, I would be secluding Jason, right? And so, you know, I'm not saying that we still train that seclusion and restraint procedures in the event that there would be an emergency and it would be needed. But that is for if someone is endangering himself and others and as a absolute last resort. We do not have seclusion rooms as there used to be in the past. That was something that was approved by the Office of School Facilities. They had specific measurements, and they were places where we took children to if they were having a crisis, right? So that they would be away from others. But we know better and we do better, which means that we know that it's safer to remove the group of students than it is to remove a student in crisis.
So if this is an incident, for example, how is that reported to the parent? And then how is it reported? Is it documented within our?
We have a form. We have a form
Okay.
for everything. We have an acronym and a form for everything.
Right.
So, right, we have a form. The procedure is supposed to be that they complete the form. The parent would be notified. We do recommend that if there was any, you know, if the nurse needs to see the student, that the nurse check the student. And then, of course, that reporting then goes eventually to OCR.
Okay. Okay. Thank you on that. Moving right along. Going to the STAR, the STAR for teaching, let's see, it's slide number, hold on. Well, can I take a step back real quick? This is just a general question about functional behavior analysis. For those of you on the board that don't know what that is, that's an evaluation that it's a method of collecting data to determine how to write a behavior plan for a student. I hear consistently, and I don't know how true this is, that it is difficult to get functional behavior analysis. Is there just like when you have to ask for a evaluation by the school psychologist, there's obviously we have parameters of days we have to get it done. When a parent requests a functional behavior analysis, is there a requirement by law that says we have to fulfill that within a certain days, or is that an IEP decision as to whether one's even needed?
Once a student has an IEP,
right,
a reevaluation for testing, cognition, or academics would happen through an IEP meeting, and a request for a functional behavior assessment would happen. A functional behavior assessment is viewed as an evaluation, so that requires a meeting.
Okay.
That requires a team planning out the feasibility of completing that. We're doing functional behavior assessments all the time.
Okay, well, I'm just reporting perception is that it's sometimes a challenge to get those completed. And with behavior being such a focus, not just with our strategic plan, but obviously post-COVID, it seems like it's just a focus, obviously in general. I feel strongly that we need to be honoring those requests as much as we can. I mean, it's every single time, because we need to have data to do the behavior plan. And then, well,
I can totally agree with you that we need to take that request seriously. It's kind of like we definitely need to have a team to discuss that request. It's kind of like sometimes doing other evaluations. There might be things that we can immediately go in place as far as behavior supports. If you think of, you know, the tiers of supports that can immediately go in place to see if those are effective before you go into the evaluation. That's
okay.
not
That's fair.
a way out. It's
Okay.
just sometimes there's things in place before you get to the evaluation.
So Tracy, I know one of our questions, which you said was difficult to ask, is to determine whether behavioral outcomes tied to ABA strategies are, you say they're not formally tracked. So it's often difficult to know whether a certain strategy has worked per se. However, for these students that have, where we're using these strategies, do we also have behavior intervention plans for these students? I mean, I know those only work on one behavior at a time, but
Yeah, I would say consistently they would have behavior.
because it bothers me we
yes.
can't measure something, but with behavior plans you can. So because once someone masters a behavior plan, you can go to another behavior plan.
What
I have
can't-
experience in this.
What
so.
I can't do in the IEP system is tell you there's nothing that can help me filter how many behavior plans we have, if that makes sense.
right.
So we can't do it that way. I can't pull you the data the way you asked.
Right.
But what I can say is, it's just like an independent provider. When I was a speech pathologist and I was working on something with a student in private practice, and I said they met that goal, I don't know that it was solely because of the work that I was doing, or was it also the work that they were doing at home or they were doing at school. So trying to answer your question about whether ABA strategies were effective for that piece, that wouldn't be the sole. Does that make sense?
Yes,
So
I guess I was just.
internally with the STAR program, there are ways to measure the goals that are working with that particular program.
Okay, I just know we're very data-driven in this
Yep,
district,
yep,
and I want to
yep.
make sure that, I know with BIPs, we can measure that. I just wasn't sure. I really am not familiar with the STAR
And
program.
I want to be clear. I want to step back to that statement about, a student may not have it written in a BIP, but may have behavior goals in their IEP. It might not be on that separate piece of paper, depending on what their disability category is and how it's being addressed in the classroom.
Okay. I may have more questions about that later, but I'll move on. You've explained the difference between the contract. Sorry. Oh, this is important. So, jumping ahead, the challenges. Do we look at challenge number 2? I'm going back to the culture, the district culture, and this is on slide number, whatever challenge number 2 is on. I hear you when you say this is a ongoing challenge. Is there accountability? And I'm a firm believer that the tone is set at the top. So let's talk about it at a school level, principal on down. Is there accountability for our administrators to, using your word expectation, is this an expectation like in their evaluation? I know they have I assume they have an annual evaluation. Is this an accountability bullet on their evaluation? Because I would kind of like it to be.
Tracy, go back. You got a slide in there about EOC outcomes, and you got a slide in there about testing outcomes.
I'm talking culture too, not that, which is that intangible piece.
I'll work back to that.
Okay.
All right, so there's the EOC. Where's the 3 through 8 testing? All right, so against that wall over there, there's the assistant superintendents who lead and supervise principals. When they evaluate their principals, they not only look at this data, they look at every subgroup within this data. Special needs, students with disabilities being one, multilingual learners, pupils in poverty. They don't just look at the overall performance of the school. For one thing, underperforming subgroups can be hidden inside a high-performing school if you don't look at them. So they look at every subgroup. They then compare with that principal the performance of all other schools like that school, not just overall, but to the subgroups. If they're competitive with the comparison group they're in, then they go up a notch and look at the next level comparison group. So you may have heard Tracy say this. She said it 2 or 3 times, but she said a lot of words. By necessity.
In the best possible way, I feel.
I tend to use a lot of words generally, but by necessity, she said a lot of things. But one of the things she talked about, there's it on that cup, everybody's, I'm sure got one, about shared ownership. This portion, working backwards from their outcomes, goes back to shared ownership. If they're not moving, there's students with disability subgroup, their whole school is not going to move. And not moving ends up with a lower score than just staying the same. You end up with a lower score. You got to improve. So there's it's one of the numerous points of improvement they have to make. And a key to understanding how to move that group is not just the understanding that every student's a general ed student, but the reverse of that. Every teacher is a special needs teacher in addition to being a general ed teacher, which goes back to another one of the challenges, that is producing people that understand the differences and the different techniques necessary to work with a student with disabilities above and beyond those that you can ordinarily use to get results with general ed students. But those same techniques will accelerate the performance of all students. So it's not like this simple conversation. The culture has to be built through the expectations that they establish through the evaluation process and the coaching to improvement process, so that the principals under their direction and supervision understand the kind of culture that you have to have in place to advance the achievement of all the students in your schools, including all the subgroups and including the students with disabilities subgroup, which is, if you go back to the other slide about the number of those students, it's the 18th largest school district in the state, wherever that number is.
Well, that's good to hear. I would challenge the fact that we don't have that being done every single school, but that's another day.
And there is almost absolutely nothing that is 100% at 100%.
I understand that. Okay, thank you. Moving right along, I promise y'all I'm almost done. This is very important to me. Sorry, the facts, the slide that starts with special education outcomes. I'm trying to get to the slide number.
No, you just passed it.
Oh, the ring. Okay, well,
Now it's taking a
it talks
long
about
time.
improved post-secondary opportunities. I'd love to see all that. The one thing I'm going to say selfishly that's missing from this list are these 6 post-secondary programs in the state at the collegiate level. And I say that because now I used to hear all the time, in case this is for the public's use, understanding, I used to hear all the time that cost was a major barrier for these programs. If you're not aware, our governor set aside lottery money 2 years ago to the tune of $10,000 per non-needs based for every family who lives in the state of South Carolina and sends their child to a post-secondary program like Clemson Life. There's also a needs-based component of this lottery money that if you qualify for it, you can go. So what was once a barrier for a lot of our students, and what I was told the reason why special education transition, for example, or whoever at the high school level was not encouraging these programs, is because so many parents were saying, we can't afford it. So I'm here to say on the record right now, there are 6 programs in the state of South Carolina that now have some financial assistance. And I would really like that to be part of, not just we have Project Search, not just we have the employability credential, but we also have these post-secondary programs in our state, because we would encourage a general ed student to go to Greenville Tech or to go to Clemson University or to College of Charleston or wherever. And so I just really wanted to make a point that I feel like that was a big bullet missed here. You don't need to respond. I'm just letting you know that's
Can I
my
tell
thing.
you, they came and spoke to us, and so we've had representatives come and educate
Fabulous.
the special ed specialists so they know what to do at the schools, and our transition specialists know what to do at the schools. We'll ensure that counseling also knows that, so they can be talking with IGP. These were solely things that we had done,
Right.
so we'll make sure that we add that to our list of things to do, that we have that
It's just
conversation.
specifically for particularly intellectually
course.
disabled students, which I don't know. I just feel passionately about that. All right. So then moving all the way over to next steps, can you please elaborate on a couple of things? First of all, well, let me ask this real quick. The STAR Autism Parent Training that's coming up on December 3rd and 6th, can you tell me what that is? Because I've had some families in the autism community that are pretty plugged in and had, until they saw this, they didn't know what this was.
Yeah, I've got flyers that are getting ready to go out on
Okay.
that. A lot of that is about, preparing for the holidays, the transitions, the things you can be doing at home, how we can be supportive to them. And then we have 2 people coming in for those, but I do have the handouts ready that we can get those out.
Okay, and
They
then
just haven't gone out yet.
The GCS Parent Academy training, what is that?
So that's the training you're probably familiar with that Erica Urban has led in the past. It's pretty much about a lot of the things that we talked about in the beginning about, child find, eligibility criteria, how do you handle an IEP, what happens at an IEP. It is really the processes, the procedures, how parents, helping them be ready to be meaningful participants and, work through the steps at their school. So that's a lot of what that piece is.
Is that well attended?
I'm sorry?
Is that well attended usually?
I think over the years, and Erica is here, over the years it has been up and down. I think it has totally depended. Am I saying anything inaccurate?
No, you're right. The attendance rate used to be kind of on average about 10 parents, but then it's gone down, and we've been reaching out with a new committee now, trying to find ways that we can reach out better to get higher percentage rates.
And I think when they've worked directly through schools, at schools, and things that are happening at the locations, they've had more attendance and more success, which I don't think is a surprise to anyone, right? Parents are more likely to come there than to come here to a training or MT Anderson for a training.
I'll just say this in my perspective and actually feedback I've been given. I think there's some trust issues in that regard because when you as a parent feel like, and I don't care what anybody says, the IEP process is set up to feel, whether it's true or not, it's set up to feel like a very adversarial process, an us against them mentality. And so when the perception is the school district, who I'm going to already have challenges with, is the one delivering the training or the information, they may not feel like it's as transparent as it could be. So I guess I'm thinking that could potentially be an issue.
I appreciate that feedback. We've also reached out to Family Connections they pretty much are doing more virtual now than on in-person training to see what they could possibly help us with coming in person and doing some training with because of exactly what you just said.
Okay. And last but not least, it goes together. The focus groups that you mentioned, I'd like to understand that a little bit better because the printout I had it on a bullet up here, and then it looks like you moved it under to the next slide, which is fine. So it now reads the commission an external review of educational services to students with disabilities to include focus groups, I believe. Let me just bottom line it for you. We had a group of parents come here and advocate publicly for a parent advisory council. And then of course some of them have spoken to us privately as well. So for parents that may be sitting here feeling a little disappointed that we're not addressing that specifically, can you tell me more about what this is and then how we might see a parent advisory council come to fruition? Sometimes these external reviews can take a really long time. I don't know really what that means. So I'm just wondering if I'm looking for time frame, I'm looking for what it contains, I'm looking for focus groups, I'm looking for the whole recommendation here. And a little bit more than just that bullet.
Absolutely. We've reached out to a couple different groups who do the reviews to see what the process is. We will need to do an RFP to look at, commissioning someone to come and do that. I do know in the 2014 review, there were not parents included. And so I think that is important for us to ensure that we do it in this piece. I think what we were really targeting and putting that a part of the review is to say that it may be, we want to do it right. And we know from experience there has been a parent group here in Greenville County before that I think was not terribly successful. I know that there have been pros and cons in other places. And again, we want to do it right. So I think we really were hoping that whoever we commandeer to do this, commission to do this evaluation would be able to survey parents as a starting point to see where our next steps were. I don't know. I'm sure Dr. Royster has a time frame in mind, but we'd have to do that with the agency. But no one's looking for a long-term evaluation because we certainly are working every day to work better with our families. So I don't want you to think that we're envisioning some long drawn-out process, but we do want to have recommendation from external folks that can see it objectively
and take a look at things.
Are there any school districts that we can visit that do a best practice with the Parent Advisory Council? I mean, I'm sure they've got to be somewhere.
There are definitely districts that do them. I don't know what you would describe as best practice. Generally speaking, what you want is you need to have an issue that you would be taking to the parents to say, okay, so we've heard concerns about X, and so we need some feedback. In hindsight, let's just use an example here. We added multi-categorical classrooms, right? We knew we had to add multi-categorical classrooms. That would not have been something that was going to be up for debate, right? We had to do it. But what we could have done in hindsight is had focus group with parents to say, what kind of communication do you need? What information do you need in advance to help you through this process? Same thing being true with our teachers. I did community groups with teachers and went to, I think, 6 different high schools where we brought people together to talk about our changes that were coming, why they were coming, how we were doing that. We did not include parents in that. And in hindsight, if I were going to do it all over again today and have a new, some sort of new class we'd be doing, that would be the way that I would do it. Does that help? But I also think that when we include parents, we need to include teachers and administrators as part of the group, because I think that sometimes there is a disconnect between the information they give us that we then go back to schools. So we really want to look at what the best way to do that is so it'll be meaningful for everyone.
Okay, so I feel like what this group of parents was hoping to achieve is to have a safe place to have conversations about hard things, and not just complaints. It's not to just say this is going wrong with my child or this is going wrong with my child. They really want to have a process or a place where it's not just a one-time event. It's like an ongoing conversation, whether it's a regular monthly meeting or quarterly or whatever. And so for parents that have really been advocating for this and feeling a little bit let down that we're not necessarily moving there quickly. I'm not saying we'll never get there, but we're moving there as quickly as they had hoped. What can we offer to them for peace of mind, or to show that we are trying to move in the direction, but we want to make sure we are doing it effectively and properly?
Let me
kind of a loaded question.
Because I'm the one that moved that to the other slide. So
You must have done it after I printed it off.
I did. For a couple of reasons. So go back to your external review question. We did that one in 2014. It was done in less than a year. That should not be a problem to conclude one in less than a year. We want, and that's been 10 years. We want an external third-party look at what we're doing by experts. That's what this is. Also wanted the focus groups and or whatever surveying we did of parents to also be done by that third party group, from a standpoint of what questions should you ask, how should those questions be structured. The focus groups would, in my mind, be held in person. We've got 12,000 special needs students across 13 different categories of disabilities. The single voice of every parent of every one of those students is important. The single voice of every parent. This is a way to get the single voice. It is also the way to get voice around those with commonality of disability and services. What we have so far is a group predominantly within one disability asking for a committee to, it's my understanding, to advise. A little bit different from just having a place to discuss or present concerns. Those are two different things. So I think we need the benefit of third-party experts who provide, what do they do other places? What's the best way to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to have their voice heard? Individually, as part of the group of disability, like disabilities, which they or their children are receiving services. And special ed is a highly, as everybody in this room knows, a highly individualized process. while there certainly needs to be input around the general operating of special ed and how we interact with people, it's hard to break that out into an advisory group to give advice on providing individualized services. So we need to walk the line between getting input, answering questions, hearing concerns and addressing them, and providing program direction. And I only know what I heard, and what I heard was direction rather than input. And there's nothing wrong with taking suggestion about direction, but again, that needs to include everyone. And this is a way to go about formalizing through an objective third party, getting input from everyone, ensuring that each one of those groups has they may not all take advantage of it. All 13,000 parents may not, but to try to get as many of them as possible to give input either through survey and or through focus group, where they truly can have more of a discussion. The problem with the surveys, people give their opinion based on an assumption, and because there's no follow-up to that, there's no opportunity to correct the assumption. I think the presentation today corrected a lot of assumptions that were advanced that just aren't accurate.
So just to clarify, you're not ruling out the creation of, and let's not worry about what the word is, a parent council, let's just call it that, a parent council. You're not ruling that out as a possibility based on what the outcome is of an external review. You're not ruling it out as a possibility that could come out of a recommendation from an external review.
No, or you could just, I'm not ruling it out.
You're just not ruling it out.
Period. I want to see what this external review says.
Okay.
We can develop an advisory committee, as you all probably know, because we have had some in the past. There is a policy that permits the superintendent to establish an advisory committee around any subject, for example, related to the operation of the school district.
Okay.
Either ad hoc or permanent.
Okay. I just wanted to hear that you weren't ruling it out.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Tracy. The last thing I'm going to say on this, and this is to you and to Dr. Royster, is that I actually have said this to Dr. Royster in an email, but a parent said this out loud to me yesterday, and it's so true. When this district commits to something, such as Graduation Plus, such as the Elevate program, such as these dual credits that we partner with Greenville Tech, some of these programs we've done, when we make a firm commitment on something, we see success. And I am super grateful that we have a new focus on special education. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you to my colleagues. This is passionate of mine because I've lived this. So, appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Dr. Presley?
Ms. Mosley, you did a lot of my work for me. Thank you. Thank you for that. No, thank you for that. And Dr. Hogan, thank you for, and all of your folks for putting this very in-depth presentation together for us. It has been most informative. Just got a couple of questions. In regard to the multi-cat classrooms, so we know that we spend a great deal of time on our IEPs for our students, and they're designed to meet those individual needs. As we know, the special ed is highly individualized. So in a class of 15, right? Could be, give or take. Is it feasible for one teacher and 2 aides, so 3 sets of hands essentially, to attend to and support all of those different needs and all of that learning with fidelity? And there's a second part to this question. Is there somebody at the district level who is monitoring any given, I guess the makeup of any given multi-cat class? So if we do have a multi-cat class that has literally almost 15 different sets of needs, is there any way, or does the state completely determine that if the needs are so different that it's maybe not feasible for 3 sets of hands to attend to all of it, could increased manpower be placed on on a case-by-case basis within those classrooms, or is that practice already in place?
So yes, that practice is already in place. Mr. Davey would tell you that we do not shy away from making requests. So, you've got the state limit, which you started out about, first of all, you said, can those number of hands serve those students? Yes. And when they can't, or if we believe they can't, but sometimes it's not about the number. Sometimes you might have 7 students, and those 7 may be so intense that you need additional supports. And so we may need a behavior coach, we may need an additional paraprofessional, sometimes we may need to add a classroom. Number is one piece that we look at. We had a room, we need to recreate it again. We got a new roof and empty, a big war room where we have all the numbers, and you can go through by school and you can see all those numbers. Numbers are the first thing that we start with. Then we look individually in the classes at the students and what the students needs are. The special ed specialists are the key people. They have 4 to 5 schools in the district, and they are really the liaison from the special ed department district level to the school level, if that makes sense. So they're in those schools, they're working closely with those teachers to support those teachers. But to your question about can they do it on that multi-cat list there that has the curriculum, by fine-tuning what curriculum that we offer, and we only offer a set amount, which there was 12 different programs there at the elementary level in particular. We have people who are training and who are kind of the leads in those different programs to support the curriculum nature of that. We also have our behavior support department. It was just, they're assigned to those schools, and we have the behavior specialists have specific schools that are theirs. So again, it starts with the number, but it goes intently into the specific needs of the students. Also, we have to take into consideration the teacher, how much experience they have, what training they need, and those factors. So do we at times make requests for additional support? Absolutely. It starts with the number, but number's not the end all be all. Does that make sense?
It does. And the way that it's been described to me by parents and teachers, it was less about the numbers, but it did obviously factor in. But it was, and I've learned some terminology, the hand-over-hand support, the types of support that students receive. When you've got a limited number of hands, and I know that's at the risk of oversimplification, but that's part of the reality. So I'm very encouraged to hear that. I echo everybody on this dais' passion for making sure that we advocate to provide all of the support, manpower, et cetera, to continue to improve this. Next question is about the ABA question, and there's obviously been an identified need for more support, and it's got to come from somewhere. So we know that we need that support. We're getting that information from all different areas and fronts. What's the district's plan? So if, because we've got mixed kind of feedback on the external use, we've got the stuff from the state, but what's our plan to, regardless of how we do it, increase this and increase the ability to get that level of support into classrooms for teachers? Because if you've got a teacher who needs that and perhaps doesn't have the skill set to, and I have massive respect for the people who develop these plans, maybe that's not their forte, but they need it quickly because, the house is burning down essentially. What can we do as a district to make this quicker and to make it more robust and to increase just the quickness and effectiveness of this?
Sure. One of the things that obviously we've been spending a lot of time getting this presentation together, but every single time we look at it, I think of one more thing, right? Just like Ms. Mosley pointed out, one more thing. We're trying to highlight some of the stuff that we've done. One of the things that's not listed in this report that we probably should have put in there was and we couched it under additional training for our paraprofessionals that provide behavior support. We have done the registered behavior technician training for many of our behavior coaches. I'm going to look and say all of our behavior coaches and get a nod from the crowd. But quite frankly, some of that was done during COVID when we had an opportunity to do training when we weren't with students. So we certainly would like to look at opportunities to expand that. We have paraprofessionals, to your point, that maybe at different places in that ParaSharp training, or may end up in a classroom where there are needs, where a student has needs. So certainly expanding what we have, right? Expanding the ParaSharp program, which also is about behavior, expanding the training and the supports that we have from our, in that registered behavior technician front. But then also that STAR program that we talked about currently is only in most of the ID mod classes. So we do want to expand that. And when we expand that, we're not just training teachers, we want to incorporate everybody who is a part of that classroom, right? So it takes manpower. We got to build that. We have the capacity to support those classes. And so the next step is the multi-cat classrooms in that, and really ensuring that we have more people in buildings so that we're not taking people from one building to go put out a fire over here and go put out a fire over here. So we have a long-range plan. It will take funding. It will take people. It will take things. So
funding and people and things are what this board is put here to hear and to help with. Last question, and this kind of overlaps on what has already been asked about the external evaluation. First of all, I wholeheartedly support that. I believe that the more lenses that you can lay over a situation, and something of special education in Greenville County School District, just the magnitude of it and all of the moving parts, that is the logical place to begin. I would encourage, though, and when we talk about focus groups and we talk about the nature of that and what that would look like, there is such rich data to be gathered. And I appreciate what Superintendent Royster said from the parents and the teachers and the students, their lived experiences that are happening right now. And, it's 2024 and we can get a hold of qualitative data and mine that just as easily as we can of, any other type of metrics with a survey. So I look forward to seeing that fleshed out a little bit more, what that plan is going to look like, to get folks around the table and for them to be heard. Because what I would not want there to be any perception is that our internal folks, our people who are living this in Greenville County Schools, in any way are kind of being looked at from an external lens that's not really connected, that their voices are heard loud and clear, and that I believe in my heart, because I know that this district does not bring in external entities that are not tried and true and are not going to do what we ask. I believe in my heart that there will be such overlap between what we're looking at from our internal folks and our parents, that data that we get, and what those recommendations are, that it will just make our plan for moving forward that much stronger. Thank you so much, Ms. Levinus Wells.
Thank you, Dr. Presley. I'm going to extend for 2 hours. I'm joking.
I might have to go to the bathroom. I'm just going to say that.
You need both. Let me extend for, let's see, I've got 4 more people. Okay, so I'll extend for 30 minutes without objection. Okay, let's go, since Mr. Saylor said he's got 30 seconds, let's give him 30 seconds. If you didn't tell me the truth, then I'm going to Glenda Marcy Fair. All right, go ahead.
Dr. Stiles struck on the nerve that I brought up when you were discussing earlier about the challenges, especially related to the employability credential. Thank you. Since that was something that's always been close to me personally as well, aside from that change, from an advocacy standpoint, I'm counting roughly 6 items in your report that our committee needs to address, and I would advocate, Carolyn, as a package, that we put together an advocacy package that's connected to everything associated with all things advocacy. Can I ask you and your staff to help us assemble what needs to be done, please? Pretty please?
That's a no-brainer.
Of course. Of
Okay,
course.
well, it's not that heavy a lift, I don't think, to get that assembled. Now, getting it across the finish line will be, but we need to take the swings at the pitch as best we can, because there are things in there that are glaringly wrong, of which classifying an employability student as a dropout is criminal. It's not sad, it's criminal. And that was an argument that we faced when we originally wrote that legislation and gave it to them. And they said, we'll fix it. And that's been 6 years ago? Thereabout, okay. So it's time to fix it. Ms. Mosley and Dr. Presley have asked most of my questions, other than to say one thing to you and your staff. Thank you for everything that you do. You have 15,000 students that fall under your area of leadership. You have 15,000 families that believe each one of them need to be addressed within certain parameters in different ways, which is a heavy lift all to itself. And the work that's done in public education every day is priceless. But what special ed services does is even more special and more valuable. And as a special ed parent, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saylor, Mr. Saylor.
If I might, to Mr. Saylor's first point, I'll go ahead and give you one without having to solicit it from staff or anybody else. Congress passed that law in the 90s.
IDEA.
EA, when it shifted from 94-142 to IDEA, they committed to funding 40% of it.
19.
I believe it's sitting on 18 now, Robin.
It's never been above 19.
So I would urge you, I don't think it will require a lot of urging, to advocate that Congress fulfill its commitment to fund that at 40%. Because
I still have mine.
There is little in here identified as an improvement or a next step, and very little that anybody has said up to today that does not have, quite honestly, a fairly large price tag. Whether it be a psychologist, a behavior specialist, additional training for paraprofessionals, additional training for gen ed teachers, it doesn't matter what it is, it has a price tag. And Congress has never met its initial commitment to fund those services at 40%. That's a huge obstacle, and it leaves it, because the state's not making up that difference either. It leaves that solely resting the balance in the hands of this board.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. So the moral of the story is call your congressman and tell them what they need to do. With that being said, Ms. Glenda Morrison-Fair.
Thank you. Everyone, of course, has said what and echoed my feelings, but when we were talking about the training, you have the dates for where is the training located, because I would like to really roll this out to parents who ask me questions. I would even like to be educated more so that I won't just be a support, but I can encourage parents and stand by their side as they take these courses. So where are these courses located?
I will get that to you. I personally don't have it, but I will get that to you. I think we're doing it at MT Anderson. Did you answer the first one?
The first bullet, the STAR program on the 3rd, that is from 6 o'clock till 7:30 at MT Anderson. And on the 6th is from 9 during the day, from 9 to 10:30, also at MT Anderson. So one evening, one during the day.
Okay.
That flyer is being printed today.
I can get you the information on paper too, so you'll have it, and we'll put it on. We can give it to our communications folks to put it on the website. Okay.
Okay, and I just want to add one more comment, is that thank you so much for this report. I want our families to know that we are in this, it is we, and it's not you against them. I heard what Ms. Mosley said is adversarial, and those are the kind of comments I get. But we want our parents to know that we are in this with you. We want all Greenville County students to be successful. Thank you so much for your report.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morrison Fair. Ms. Doolin?
Thank you. Thank you for this. I know this is a long presentation to put together so much information, but my questions are fairly specific. For classroom aides and paras that take the initiative to complete the para-shop training, what is the path for salary increases? I think that aides are one of the lowest paid employees in the district, and I feel like maybe we need to look at increases. Is there a pay raise once the para-shop
No, ma'am.
training is completed?
No, ma'am.
Well, we need to change that.
Well, you're going to get an opportunity this spring when we bring forward a budget request
$1 billion budget.
Is that going to be something in the?
that based on the difficulty we've targeted for probably 8 years now, additional pay increases for positions that have become increasingly difficult to fill. And special needs aides has become one of those. For a long time, it was not. It was not a challenge to fill those jobs at all. In fact, classroom aides, whether they be pre-K, kindergarten, or special needs, were relatively easy to fill. They had pretty low turnover rate. Retention was very high. We advertised for the job, we'd have multiple applicants. That is no longer the case. So you can expect to see a recommendation for the administration targeting that employee group in the FY '26 budget.
You mentioned that there are 10 behavioral specialists. Can you talk for a minute about what their role looks like during the day? And you said they were at multiple schools, but are they in the classrooms with individual children that they know, or more of a coaching sort of?
Yes to all those things. So if they have a certain number of schools that they're assigned to, right? So they're supporting the teacher and they also support what we have are called behavior coaches, which would be more of the paraprofessional folks who do go in and work daily to either work with the student to change a behavior, collect data that's going on to decide next steps. They may be a key person in a functional behavior assessment with that student, but they will work. A lot of it is with working with the teacher and the environment that's happening at the school. When we do add a behavior coach, that again, the behavior specialist is key in working with them on that. The behavior coach is really not intended to be a long-term fix, right? It's supposed to be someone who is there to target specific behaviors and change behaviors at that time. And then that person would be able to then move somewhere else. Does that make sense? But they're experts in that curriculum that we use too.
This is jumping again, but when talking about ABA, the district currently doesn't have the ability to bill for ABA services. Can't bill Medicaid, can't bill insurance privately.
That's correct.
If that changes, then would the district consider hiring ABA therapists like they do speech therapists and OTs, and then billing Medicaid for those services, or hiring third party and letting them bill Medicaid?
It's kind of a loaded question because you've got a couple pieces going on. One, you've got a finance question, but then you've also talked about whether there's a need for that, right? So what I was explaining earlier is every IEP team is charged with looking at what the student needs to make progress, right? To not only access their education, but to meet their goals, their specially designed instruction, right? And so if we say they need ABA therapy and we provide it, and remember there was a slide where I had where there were 30 some that were getting it in the district. So I think your first question is, if we were allowed to bill for those 30-some for that services, would we do that? We actually made an application to the state, to Medicaid, to be able to do that. We have not received our response, but to date, no school district has received approval to bill for Medicaid. So I do not know if that's an option. So I think, kind of like Dr. Royster's statement earlier, it wouldn't be off the table, of course. We would consider that if and when, but you also have to factor in, we'd have to know what the rules are for the billing piece. And a lot of times with Medicaid, you have to apply and get in at a certain time period before you know all of the rules and pieces and parts. We had to do that with behavioral health services. There was a time period where that was not open for all school districts. And then with COVID, they opened it up again where you could bill for that. We applied for that. We do that. We bill that. So certainly I would think it would be a consideration if there were an opportunity for it. But it doesn't negate our expectation right now or our charge as a district that if a student needs those services that we do them. We don't do them contingent on whether there's funding for it. We're required to do it if the student would need it.
But to be clear, back to your original question, we already have ABA therapists in our employ. And we have at least one or more third-party contractors in our employ. So if we had the ability to bill for Medicaid services, which I don't know that we'd be prohibited from billing for insurance, that's kind of a different question. We would pursue Medicaid reimbursement to help pay for the services we already provide. Then you get into how much service does the IEP call for you to provide? Then if it's beyond that's deemed necessary in the IEP, you still only have the child, let's say elementary child, for example, 30 hours a week. They're there 35, but if you take out the lunch, the transit, they're there basically 6 hours a day. So you got to balance out all the other things in their IEP, the general instructional objectives, the other IEP objectives, and the delivery of the ABA services, realizing you're inside this box of 30 hours. So all those, it's not like a simple yes or no. There are all these factors you have to consider. But I think certainly if we have the opportunity to back charge Medicaid for a service we deliver, we've, to our knowledge, not ever failed to take advantage of that opportunity because it helps to reimburse the local taxpayer. Going back to my point, Ms. Saylor's question earlier, these extremely expensive services that we provide, you saw a slide with the amount we spend on those services, it helps get some of that back to offset local tax dollars.
Well, if that is the case that Medicaid will reimburse, is it still true that Medicaid won't reimburse for services at school and at home on the same day?
And I'm going to I'm turning to Peggy, who is our current Medicaid expert in this, and I don't think that that is true for all services.
It is not. There is a misconception out there that you cannot have services in the morning at school and then services in the clinic in the afternoon and Medicaid be billed for both. It can happen. It can.
And at school, if it's speech therapy and ABA at the same time, will they cover it?
Do you mean at the same time as a co-treating or on the same day?
Well, both.
There would be different services that would be billed. And if I were co-treating with an ABA therapist, say we were with the student for 30 minutes, the way Medicaid would work is that I could bill for 15 minutes of that, and I would assume that ABA would be for 15 minutes as well.
Okay. Thank you. So the Parent Academy trainings, I'm glad that came up because, I'm a parent with a child with an IEP and I have never heard of that before. So I quickly looked through my email and I received an email about it in 2021.
Yes. And so during COVID.
I missed it back then.
So we started Parent Academy, I work with the young children, and so we felt that there was a need to really explain the process that they just went through, going through that initial eligibility. And we expanded it, but during COVID, we kind of stopped it because we weren't quite sure what was happening. People weren't leaving their homes. We weren't real comfortable with virtual. We were just learning how to do that. And so we put it on hold for a little bit. Last year we did some, but they were very poorly attended. This year we're going to do some, but we actually just met with our committee and combined with the STAR Autism Parent Caregiver Training and the Parent Academy, we were actually considering looking at the December and then the March, not sure about the January one yet, but definitely we coordinate that. I do the trainings along with school psychologists. We have speech therapists on our committee, a bunch of us different. And it becomes a very intimate environment where maybe there's 2 or 3 families there. And we're able to talk generally about IDEA, special education, consent, parent rights, all of those things, and then direct them of who to contact when they start to ask questions about their specific child. And so, I have been working with Family Connection, and they usually post those flyers on their website. And so expect to see that really soon. Went through a bunch of my questions. So the last thing I wanted to talk about was the advisory committee, and I kind of disagree with the focus group label because that seems sort of temporary or about a specific topic. I looked to see which states have laws mandating parent advisory councils. Massachusetts, New Jersey, Michigan, California, Indiana, Kansas, Minnesota, Pennsylvania. So some states already say that every school district has to have one, and South Carolina just has one for the state, not for each district, but I don't know why we wouldn't want to be leaders in that. There's a SEPAC guide that just tells you how to set it, like they've already done all the work of how to get it set up, so I don't know why we wouldn't want that. I can't think of any reason that it wouldn't be beneficial.
Let me restate and maybe rephrase a little bit what I said earlier. Yes, a focus group is intended to be temporary. The intent of that focus group is to get as many people as possible representing as many viewpoints in to share those viewpoints. I think it would be premature to rush out and establish something before we've gone through the process of listening to all those people's opinions, before we've had the benefit of a third-party examination of what we're doing, and then determine what's an appropriate path forward. Is it to have some group like that, district-wide? Is it to have some groups centered regionally around? Is it to have groups centered around the disabilities that students present themselves with in our system? Or is it something else we don't yet know how it might appear or manifest itself? So it seems to me better to gather more information and have the benefit of that information and the benefit of expert third-party input before we make a decision about moving forward with something that appears to be somewhat permanent in nature.
Have y'all discussed a timeline for an external review?
Our timeline is immediately, but that is dependent on going through the RFP process, getting response to the RFP, and quite honestly, the ability of the respondents, based on their workload, to engage in the study. So we don't yet have that information.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. But I believe Ms. Hogan's already had conversations with Mr. Pettit around the appropriate RFP procedures to engage in.
Thank you, Ms. Doolin. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell?
Thank you, Ms. Hogan, for this presentation. I just have a couple of questions because most of my questions have been answered. But for the high school SPED students, do they participate in the IGP?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Process?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it the counselors that do that with them, or is it the special ed teachers?
So
do the
counselors
IGP
do
with
the
them?
IGP process. There are some schools that have combined the IGP and the IEP at that time, depending on like if they're talking about transitioning out of school. So we have a couple different models going on, but the IGP is absolutely the responsibility of the counselor, and the special education teacher at times, depending on what the programming is for that student, may be a part of it.
So when they're doing the IGP, like for after, do they also speak with the transitional person or after they graduate high school? Is that part of their IGP or is that separate?
Oh, okay. Nancy's just asking me about the IGP. So it's the individual graduation plan.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. The acronyms, making sure we all know the same acronyms. But the individual graduation plan, every student at high school level would have an individual graduation plan. And of course, we recognized earlier our State Department's calling graduation with a standard diploma, but we're calling graduation when you finish Greenville County Schools, right? So to your question is, yes, we have what's called transition liaisons or transition specialists who, if you're speaking about a student who may be on the employability credential or is not seeking a standard diploma and maybe looking at that next place, or as Ms. Mosley mentioned, knowing those options for higher education when they leave. So they're not, the transition specialist is not always included in the IGP meeting, but they are included as part of conversation in the IEP meeting at the high school level.
Okay, are our high school SPED students able to go to the career centers also? Are they able to, depending on their, whatever their diagnosis is?
I mean, I think it depends on the programming, it depends on what slots are open, but everyone absolutely has an opportunity to apply to the career centers.
Okay, I have just one more question. Within SPED, I didn't see the data on your presentation for the subgroups within SPED. If you could provide that.
You're
I would
referencing race?
appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The data on the subgroups within SPED.
Okay, we can get that to you.
All right. Oh, and just one last thing. I've always said since I've been on this board that education should be the highest paid profession in this world.
Right.
And I'm still advocating for that. And now with the parents, yeah, and like I said the last time about them having to, we're not gonna go there again with them having to make up those hours from when we had the outage. But yes, I wanted to reiterate that education should be the highest paid profession because we educate the future.
And we should take care of
And
all
they
of
gonna
our
be
people.
taking care of us, y'all.
All right.
So we need to educate them right.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin.
Thank you.
All righty. Okay. Anyone else? Oh, okay. Ann Middleton. Yes, Ms. Middleton. Yeah.
Thank you. Great presentation. So much information. I do want to mention what Dr. Royster said. We did actually go to an advocacy conference in Washington. Mr. Saylors was with me, I think. And we did talk to, this was during the budget crunch when they were trying to pass the budget last year. And we did talk to Senator Lindsey Graham and some other representatives and whatnot. And we specifically made mention that if they could do for us to fully fund the IDEA up to 40%. I think they fund it, 15%? Okay, so I specifically asked that question, and my response was, tell people to call their congressman.
There you go. That's an easy fix.
Call your congressperson. So yes, we are looking at that. That's very, very important. Some of the things that I've seen just from people calling me or maybe emailing me or something is really some very simple things. You know, like maybe their kid is, have some handicap or whatever, but is being bullied in the classroom, or maybe they want to have when you have your registration days, make sure that there is a desk for handicapped kids and whatever they're going to do for special needs. It's almost like a feeling of maybe a touch point. And I guess I like to think about it that way. If the instructors can even sometimes just call some of these parents, because they're huge advocates and very concerned, and just call and say, hey, I noticed that your child is seeming a little distracted lately. How's it going? Just those little things, I think, can make a huge difference. And I feel sometimes we get so caught up in the data, surveys and committees, and which are two of my least favorite words, but I don't know a way around it. But I think that just these touch points of how are things going, especially if we have small classes, and, you know, I think parents really, really appreciate that. Sure. And a couple of times I've gotten emails that I've been able to reach out and get help. I mean, they've just been like, that was great. That's all I needed, you know? So sometimes it's really just small things. But thank you so much. That was there's a lot of work, I know, and I really appreciate what you all do.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Middleton. Okay. All right. I have a few questions for you, and you have answered many. But Ms. Hogan, I know can you explain? Well, Dr. Royster pretty much explained about the focus groups, and he did explain that one-time meetings, or it could be multiple meetings, but it usually addresses one specific issue. Your slide 50, special education is incredibly complex and intended to be focused on individual student progress. So when we talk about these focus groups, it can't fix and change an incredibly complex issue. Is that correct?
That'd be correct.
And how will these groups be structured? And I know you're not sure yet, but this is something of concern when we talk about focus groups. What would they look like? Who are going to be the participants in these focus groups? And are we suggesting a focus group about elopement? Is that going to be one? You know, there are just a lot of things there are a lot of entities that would be involved in this.
At minimum, you want focus groups to represent all the viewpoints that are present. So you want parents, you'd want students, you'd want employees, school level, district level. Then, because of the complexity, as you point out, of the issue, we're serving students in 13 different areas. So not just parents from one of those areas, from all 13. Then we're large, not just in number, we're large geographically. So you have to make those groups geographically convenient for people to attend. So all this is really all the more reason we want that managed by a third-party contractor. For one, we don't have the staff to set all that up and run it the way it needs to be run and do the jobs they do every day, all day long. So some of this needs to be fleshed out with whoever we employ to study our processes, our procedures, and for lack of a better term, our performance. So some of those questions can't answer for you today. I can tell you those are things we have to take into account to get the most feedback. And we may also pair that with a survey, which gives people a chance to say something that may not be able to attend a focus group. The advantage of a focus group is, as I mentioned earlier, it gives you the opportunity to delve more into what the person's saying or what their concern is. Because generally on any well-constructed survey, you're limiting the response so you can catalog and draw some conclusions from it. And when you limit that response, it doesn't allow you to fully benefit from that feedback.
Well, that's why I think a special education advisory council would be a good one to help these parents feel more engaged and have a voice and understand and hear all the different things that are being offered as far as training, et cetera, because we know, and I'm pretty sure some of these, like the 2014 evaluation, 2014, and were recommendations, how many of those were implemented? But we just need a group that feel like no one knows what they need more than parents of special needs. If you have a special needs child, you're with them 24/7, except when they're here with us. They know they're looking for people to meet with and discuss and figure out how we can, what they can do for their child. Maybe Jeff's got a child and he said, Linda, have you thought of this and this? We're doing it with our child. And it's just a group getting together that work together to better understand what their options and what's available for them. That's what I think of. And I know, and I'm going to leave it. I don't answer. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking.
Really? So on the front end, we want the input from the parents of 13,000, not input from a group of 15 or 20 or 25 attempting to represent them on the front end. No one's excluded the possibility of that going forward.
Because that could expand. It's as good as we want it to be, but I'm going to move on. Because I'm going to move on. Ms. Hogan, I know the functional behavior assessment in your presentation, I know you touched, that's been a concern. To help students, schools use FBAs to identify and understand challenging behaviors and come up with possible solutions. An FBA is like an evaluation focused on behavior. Is that correct? And on slide 49, you said managing severe behavioral issues and increasing mental health concerns presents a growing challenge for the district. Is that correct? And requiring additional specialized staff and resources to safely support these students. So I'm surprised we didn't really do a lot more on FBA because it obviously is a concern, right?
Right. The reason that this information is here the way that it is because, quite frankly, this is not just about students with disabilities. We are seeing extreme behaviors across all of our school system post-COVID, and many of those extreme behaviors are rooted in mental health issues, and we have mental health staff that are working with those issues. This is a combo in addition to dealing with, the processes that we need to address for students with disabilities. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I have a quick question. What type of teachers receive the STAR training? General ed, special ed?
We currently do the STAR training in for our teachers who are serving at the intellectual disability classes at the elementary level. Okay, and that is the what we call ID mod, intellectual disability moderate range classes. It's in most of our classes in the district, and then we are expanding that to those in addition to our multi-categorical classes.
So how many GE teachers get STAR training?
Our general education teachers, we do not train our general education teachers in STAR training.
So
they're busy getting training in letters and reading horizons and the reading different curriculum.
Don't we need to train them if they're in general ed classes? So that they're aware?
I'm not so sure they need the STAR curriculum. I certainly think that they could be utilizing some of the strategies that are in the curriculum, but that's an intensive curriculum that is specifically used in those self-contained classes. So certainly the strategies, but we have lots of people who work with students with autism who would train teachers who are working with kids, but it's very individualized. If they're able to be in the general education classroom for the majority of their day, that training and support would be by the special education education case manager, it might not be appropriate that it would be the teacher of the self-contained class. It could be the resource teacher. It could be a sped specialist. It could be a behavior specialist that could be providing support. We have other people on staff who have training, but I don't know that they need that curriculum necessarily. I'm turning to look at those who are spending their days in it. Come to the mic if you would.
I'm going to extend for 5 minutes without objection.
I would say the STAR curriculum is a comprehensive program that we would use in our self-contained classes. There are pieces and strategies that could be utilized by gen ed teachers, but we're already providing that through our classroom management training and other trainings that we have.
Okay.
Okay.
Other trainings. Okay. Thank you. All right. And how many students are there who want to go to their home-based schools but are placed elsewhere by the district in a calendar year?
So how many students want to go to their home-based schools but are placed to other schools in a calendar year? I don't know that I can answer that question. I would tell you that anecdotally, as a person who has moved many times in my life, I assume that when you move to a community that you want your children to go to school in that community. So I assume everybody wants that, but that's not feasible to send your children to their home school if they have a specialized program. We've been super successful in that chart that I showed you of how many students we have moved to that was their home school. It was not just their home community. They are being served in their home community now, unless they are at Washington Center or at West Greenville. So I don't know how many we would say want to be, but I would say that we certainly have. We heard that initially in 2016 and have made great strides in that area.
Okay. And
the number, it's one of the chart with.
We make the assumption that people prefer to be in the school to which they're assigned, particularly if they have other siblings. But we don't collect that data. For one, we want to set one of these classes up where the population is. You don't want to ask that question before you have the ability to set the class up. But we've moved tremendous numbers. The other phenomenon you would see is if a student was in one of the self-contained classes and has established a relationship with that teacher, that family and that student may or may not want to leave that particular school because they already, for lack of a better term, feel at home there. So we had that occur a few times in the process of moving students with classes, and we allowed those students to remain in the school they were in. So it's not universal that every parent, particularly if the child's already in a setting, in a school, and has been there, they may not want to be uprooted and go to their home school the next year. So it's not universal.
We will have that same issue.
But when they can start the program in their school, I don't recall ever having a circumstance where one didn't want to start a program in another school.
And then, let's see. I think I missed the answer to Ms. Mosley's questions about the deadline and FBA has to be completed, when it has to be completed. Did I miss that answer?
Go ahead.
Okay.
So if it's under the same guise as the other evaluations, if it's a part of a reevaluation, I mean, the federal guideline says in a timely manner. There's not a specific thing. I'm sorry, that's just what it is. But the key point is to get that meeting scheduled and that team determine if an FBA is needed and to get it on the books to be scheduled. It's not the same as an initial evaluation where you have the 60-day timeline. But if FBA isn't a part of an initial evaluation, it's a 60-day timeline from when parent gives consent to when that evaluation needs to be completed.
I have a lot of other questions, but I hit my computer and it just, pew. But anyway, with that being said, let me just see one more thing, because I know these aides and special education teachers get hit, abused, yelled, cussed, etc. And I just want all of them to feel valued, and that I know I'll speak, but I'm pretty sure I speak on everyone's behalf. We care. We really do care. And we want everyone to get as much as they so deserve. And it was a great presentation. There was a lot covered, and there's still a lot to cover. But I still like that special advisory council group. I like that. I like that family. I like that parent take to it. So with that being said, I didn't go past my 5 minutes where y'all spoke 100 minutes. I will now turn it over to Dr. Stiles, and thank you so much, Ms. Logan. Thank you all for being here. And when I asked you where y'all were coming from, stupid me should have known. How many are aides in here? Any of y'all aides? All advisors.
No one who'd be working directly with children is here. So.
Well, good. Well, thank y'all for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. And thank you to our audience. Y'all have been great listeners, and you have been very patient with us. We thank you. Before we part, I'm going to ask Mr. Waller if he will come up and take a picture of Debbie. This is her last day in the board seat, and we can share that with friends and family because it is a very special day. And Debbie, just to say what a joy it has been, and I speak on behalf of the board to have you on our team. Pose for a picture of Mr. Wild. We're going to share this around with friends and family. So smile big. You're getting ready to enjoy life. Yeah, no.
So I'm going to put it on portrait mode to get a really
Okay, all right, sounds good.
This is perfect, looking good.
Filter
All right,
on
here we
there.
go. Let's try it. Let me go in a little closer. All right, smile big. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Debbie. And
there's our main man out there.
we're going to go, Mr. Sailors asked to make a comment.
Madam Chairman, normally I would make the motion that we adjourn this meeting, but today I'm asking Mrs. Bush to take that. So Debbie, would you please adjourn us?
Yes, Ms. Bush.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. We are adjourned. Have a great evening, everyone. And again, thank you for your